committee, I think we'll go ahead and get started. We are running a little light today. I know we have 2 members that are going to be absent for sure. So we'll hold off on approving the minutes. With that, we'll get right back on schedule and ask Alan Weiss to come forward with his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You should have in front of you a 1-page report from me on the Kansas Legislative Information Systems and Services Modernization Project. This is an update from our last report. So after the release of the RFP last year, we went through vendor demonstrations in December of last year. Then the Procurement Negotiation Committee presented its recommendation to the LCC February of this year. And the PNC recommended that the conversion contract be negotiated with Propylon for the redesign and restructure of the existing systems. The LCC accepted the recommendation on February 23rd. And then after negotiating the contract, the LCC approved the terms of the contract September 23rd of this year. And then the contract was signed on October 19th. Propylon staff, legislative staff, continue to work on the analysis and design of the system, and that's across all of our agencies, the revisor statutes, KLRD, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and of course our office, the Information Services Office. Current emphasis is on bill drafting and amendment drafting, system architecture, and the project schedules. We're currently finalizing the project milestones and delivery schedules. Once that's completed, we'll update the KDOT office with a detailed plan. And just as a reminder, the Procurement Negotiating Committee, which now turns into our Project Steering Committee, is Gordon Self of the Revisor of Statutes, J.G. Scott, the Director of KLRD, Susan Kennard, Chief Clerk of the House, Corey Carnahan, Secretary of the Senate, Tom Day, Director of Legislative Administrative Services, and myself. And our project manager is Eric Teal, the Director of Application Services, and Eric is here in the room with me today. Eric, wave at the committee. That's my report I have for you today, so I can stand for questions.
Any questions for Alan? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, is this mostly going to be off the shelf, or are they building it from scratch, or?
It will be custom for Kansas, although they do have some pieces that they've used in other states. And of course, we're doing a conversion to Microsoft Word and getting away from OpenOffice. So there is some off-the-shelf software included in there, but there's a lot of customization layered on top of it.
Because they did the first one, right? What we're using now is what.
Right. It was developed by Propylon, and
it was totally customized, wasn't it? Because it was.
Again, there were some off-the-shelf components in that, like OpenOffice and yeah, but it was custom also.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, some questions for you. I'm curious, how many times have you talked about the KLS modernization project before this committee recently?
Don't know the exact count, but I think we probably reported on it just about every committee meeting.
Okay. Did you ever, and just help me because I've been to most of these, but how much was the approach for this modernization project? How much was that reviewed with this committee? What the approach was and how they're going to do this vendor demonstrations and that stuff. How much was that discussed with this group?
Again, I don't recall if it was at every meeting, but we have provided reports to the committee as we progress through the RFP negotiations and demonstrations and things, and those documents are part of the committee record and available on the website.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just kind of curious, how much committee interaction has there been from your guys' recommendation, you and Representative Hoffman, on proactive engagement on KLS in this modernization project?
It's mainly been reactive to the reports that we've been given, not necessarily proactive. Maybe talk about something we want to see in the next meeting.
Okay. Are you familiar with the checkered history of KLS?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, this goes back to what I thought we were trying to do the past two sessions, putting some guardrails in place to basically identify potentially troubled projects and offer some proactive assistance. And I'm curious, you or Representative Hoffman's mind, has departments come to our committee to ask for some proactive thoughts on how to proceed with this?
I don't recall.
I mean, was the committee given enough visibility to know that this was coming down the line? Have I missed the boat? But it sounds like we're going out to the street now to do some major enhancements to KLS. Is that correct or not, Alan?
Could you repeat that question, please?
I mean, this project is doing some major enhancements to KLS. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a complete system update.
Okay. And this system has had problems. The whole concept of this system has been very risky. We've had issues with the development of this. I mean, it has been pulling teeth for years doing this. And so, how does this committee know that going with propylon, and maybe a very appropriate proposal they've submitted, maybe it makes sense, but how does this committee know that we're not going to get the same box of snakes we had when they started this umpteen years ago?
Of course, the major goal of this project is to address the issues that have been known within KLS. And I should also note, Mr. Chairman, that the LCC Legislative Coordinating Council has been deeply involved in this and is the one that had us bring this forward and do a system update. So there are also many documents pertaining to this project and this effort that are part of the LCC record.
Well, Mr. Chairman, once again, I'm not sure what the purpose of this committee is for. I mean, I don't know why I could understand maybe from a first string sign off that they've got to sign off for financial money here. But are we not supposed to weigh in on some of this stuff proactively? I mean, what's going on here? Why, to my mind, why aren't we more proactively involved in determining how we're going to approach basically this major remediation project?
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I understand what you're saying. I will say that I remember us talking in the past about what some of the things that we'd like to see in the new system. We've discussed that in here. But as far as seeing, what the system's going to look like or anything like that, we haven't seen. But there has been feedback among members in this committee as to Alan of some of the things we'd like to see. Now, whether or not any of that's going to be in there, I don't know. I mean, so I see what you're saying, but
do you guys understand how much the state invested in this project to begin with today? You know what the amount is?
right.
Well, do you?
I don't know how much it was at the beginning, but
How much the recompete or for this remediation? How much? What the dollar price tag on that is?
yeah, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And as you know, Senator Hall and we both have tried to get some legislation through that puts a little more teeth into this committee and helps us become more proactive.
Mr. Chairman, to the wishes of the committee, we can share as much detail on the project as needed. We have project documents that we can share with the committee.
Mr. Chairman, all due respect, that's not the point of this committee. Okay, the horse is out of the barn once again. And I'm not saying what they decided to do is necessarily bad. But I'm tired of being on a committee that all we do is react to train wrecks. And never given an opportunity, maybe provide a little bit of proactive guidance to avoid those future train wrecks. And this project, let's see it, make it off the ground great. But in my mind, the past legislation, what we tried to do, unsuccessful to date, is to serve ourselves more proactively and try to avoid some of the major IT project disasters we've had. And I just don't have a real good warm fuzzy at this point that we've done anything yet to address that risk that's ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alan? Wrap it up.
Yeah, any other questions I can answer? And
Seeing none. Thank you.
thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we have the 3-year IT plan, D'Angelo Burns Wallace. Welcome back to the committee.
Good morning, committee. It's good to see you all this morning. Let's see. You're pulling up my PowerPoint. We have a couple of topics. Is there? Yes, a slide deck. We're going to start this morning. I have a couple of staffing updates that I want to share with the committee, and then we'll walk through the 3-year IT plan. My chief information technology architect, Alex Wong, will then walk you all through the KDOT quarterly report. And then our CISO, Jeff Maxson, will wrap up our group this morning just by talking about some of the cyber activities that have happened over the last month, and some updates on what we know about the infrastructure bill and the grant opportunity in that space. So with that, some quick updates I wanted to share with this committee. As you know, our chief information officers throughout our agencies are a key and critical part of the work that we do. You all see them. They're the ones who are putting in their projects and occasionally have the opportunity to meet with you all and share their project updates. So we have a couple of new CIOs that we want to introduce. Tom Pagano, who is in the room this morning and that you actually will hear from later today, as a couple of his projects have been identified to do a deep dive. Tom comes to the state with a wealth of experience in managing IT environments from healthcare systems, higher education, and government. He is our new CIO for KDOT and DCF. I think he's been with us about 6 weeks. We're right at 6 weeks. Tom has previously served as a VP and CIO of IT and support services at Richmond University Medical Center, and also was a CIO at Johnson County Community College. So brings some great background, particularly for supporting KDATs and DCF and the hospitals throughout that environment. We're excited to have Tom join us. We also have our new CIO for the Department of Labor, Jeffrey Lewis, who is also in the room this morning. Jeffrey comes to us with 20 plus years of experience in IT and is no stranger to the state, as a number of those years was actually over at University of Kansas. He recently was the VP of Information Systems at Allen Press in Lawrence, and has a really strong background in software database development, as well as planning and implementing technology upgrades. Throughout his career, he also has served as kind of a database design coordinator, technology trainer. And for me, that's an big important piece because he has worked throughout his career kind of almost being that translator between the tech and the business side. And as we move through, and so this is a key and critical skill that we know will be very helpful where the Department of Labor is now as they begin their new modernization project. We also have an interim CIO with our Kansas Highway Patrol, Thomas Mai, who has recently stepped into this interim role for us with the state. He brings 25 plus years of IT experience and specifically was the lead IT for the city of Hayes and their law enforcement division. And is currently with KHP and was our infrastructure network lead. So his background is in developing projects, disaster recovery operations, system security, and performance. And so we are thankful and excited that Tom is able to step into that interim role. Our CIO, Jamie Holly, has transitioned into a different role with the state, but know that because of Tom's background as well as his current familiarity with KHP projects that we believe will have a smooth transition in that space. So just wanted to give you that quick update of some of those CIOs. You'll be seeing them. They'll be around. And if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to them. So I want to hop right into our 3-year IT plan. You all should have your hard copy. You were sent, of course, the electronic copy early on. We by the October 1 deadline. The one thing about the electronic copy and the reason we always send it to you is that, as you know, it has the hyperlinks in it. It's a little bit more agile where you can actually like hop to different parts of the report and search. It's searchable and things like that. But we also know that the hard copy is very helpful for reference. So everyone should have that. If you all remember, or at least I remember 4 years ago when in 2019, when I presented the very first one, and I had stepped into this CTO role probably about 4.5 weeks before this report was due. And the one thing that struck me about it was that it was a reporting requirement, but it was all over the place. Every agency had a different way that the information they put together, uh, what they covered, what a plan looked like. And there was no kind of consistency or rhyme or reason to a lot of it because the agencies do approach things differently in perspectives. And we committed to really trying to streamline that effort, but not just to make the report look a certain way, but we also committed, if you all remember, to making sure that this was an actual tool. And so it wasn't just a reporting requirement, but the idea was that it was being used as a tool and that what we were reporting was something also that could be used in an effective way, kind of as we strategically thought and understood where we were. So over the last few years, you've seen this report morph and change. And the one that you have this year is probably the most consistent of the reports that we have had. We started, I think, about 2 or 3 years ago, adding success stories. And that is something that was important because, again, one of the things that we wanted to do was kind of change that narrative. There's so much that was going on in IT, and a lot of times what rose to the top were the things that were broken and that were fixed. And those are things that we still work on and are still challenges, but there was also a lot of work that was happening. So as you go through this 3-year IT report, you will see that we once again start by highlighting some of the success stories. The agencies themselves identify their stories. We compile them, put them together. I pulled out just a couple here that are really just kind of highlighting, but you will see both cabinet, non-cabinet, and the region institutions have all identified kind of some of their success stories. We all still face challenges that we're working on and that we are seeing some progress on, but one of the two that are just continue to be consistent and in the sense of just continue to be strong priorities sits around cybersecurity and our staffing resources. In both of these areas, we have made some really strong progress. In the cybersecurity area, you'll hear from Jeff Maxon, as I mentioned later this morning, some of our statewide efforts, some of our training efforts and resources that we have reshuffled to kind of continue to harden and strengthen our posture And we've made some really, really good progress. It's just a reality that it continues to be at the forefront of our, kind of putting it there and making sure we are looking at it as a priority. For staffing resources, we continue to kind of coordinate and try to collaborate in these spaces, leveraging into internship programs, mid-career placements, professional development to ensure that we are trying to retain the amazing staff that we have, but also looking innovatively at where and how we're recruiting, where we are finding that new staff, how we are building those pipelines, and just recognizing that across this sector, it is a tough sector right now. And we are out there trying to work across all state IT to leverage into that to kind of help and support the state. But wanted to bring those kind of forward, and you'll kind of see it as you walk through the report. The 3-year IT plan format. Last year, we introduced this format specifically for the cabinet agencies. We kind of modeled it as a pilot. This year, you will see the all agencies, cabinet, non-cabinet, and the region institutions are all using the one-page plan diagram. And you will see in your book, actually on page 23, because of course you can't read it up here, but just to point it out, on page 23 in the book is kind of like a little guide of kind of the different components of the plan, right? So as you look through each agency, you'll see consistently that there is like the agency, its mission, the services, where what the agency does, its IT strategic actions is that second column. Their activities, their initiatives, their investments or changes that they are trying to pursue. Then it moves into their objectives, which are identified as the objectives that help them move into kind of that action of what they are trying to accomplish. And then across the last box up there is that what's called that strategic roadmap, almost like a visual timeline of the agency's planned strategic actions. And you'll see that they're kind of color coordinated to match on that first box of services. And so the idea here being, again, as you walk through it, you can see some consistency, some of their strategic planning, how it lays out. The two bottom boxes also identify any particular dependencies or risk that have been identified to help. And again, in most cases, you'll see those color coordinated. So if they're in a different color, they match the color above in terms of the actual service. And then key performance metrics, measurements that they are tracking to gauge their project progress and success. And so as you flip through the rest of the report, we know that it is lengthy. I have not figured out how to make it less than 200 pages. But what I will say is that hopefully as you see this, it helps to give some kind of perspective on what the agencies are doing and how it aligns. It also helps us as we think strategically across these agencies, what they look like, the work that's doing, us being able to also, as you see, there's a section where we actually added this year where we had the agencies put their strategies and the work that we were doing into a set of buckets. And we gave them a list of about 11 areas. And so they had to categorize them. This is helping us as well as for us to be able to help and support them to say, okay, we have X number of projects going on across all of these agencies that are in that application and infrastructure modernization area. We have X number that are in continuous improvement or customer service, digitization, cybersecurity. And then we actually have an internal dashboard where we are now able, our CETA, Alex Wong, him and his team have put together a dashboard where we can look at strategically across kind of the different groups kind of as a working tool for us to say, okay, we have, for instance, a group of our non-cabinet agencies are all looking at new licensing systems for that they need. They need an updated system. And so instead of there being multiple of those systems, there's an opportunity where we can see a need where we can kind of leverage in and help them collectively find an enterprise level system because we can see across their planning where their needs sit. So things like that, where again, we're trying to make this not just a reporting document, like we're fulfilling a statutory requirement, but it's helping agencies be able to talk about and visualize and articulate some of the work that they're doing. It's helping us as the enterprise level OITS understand and support differently and understand where people's strategic agendas are headed, and helping us to overall align those resources as we move forward. So with that, I will take questions around the 3-year IT plan.
Committee questions on the 3-year IT plan? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Secretary. Appreciate. I love the example for the planning. That makes it so easy to follow that across, to see where the projects are. I know you've identified as cybersecurity and staff resources as being kind of two of your main areas. Are there suggestions? Are there things under that policy-wise we could do to help in those two areas? I know, as I've expressed before, everybody kind of knows I'm a little bit passionate about us as a state providing some assistance to our local units of government in the area of cybersecurity. Just knowing how real that is, being hit, and still our court system in Wyandotte County not being up to speed yet. And it's been like almost a year now. So are there things under those two topics that perhaps we could do policy-wise that would help in those areas?
So as I said, there's a lot going on in both of those. I pull them out not to say like that, there's nothing happening or there's like a problem, but it's a consistent thing that we know is a priority and that we bring to the top because we are doubling down our resources into it. On the cybersecurity front in particular, I'm going to leave that to when you hear Jeff's presentation. He actually will speak to some of the work that we have started with our counties and cities that we kicked off last month that we hope to build on in this space, right? And some other opportunities that are coming down that road. And so I think that you'll see some of the work that's happening there. There's also just a reality that as we continue to look at this, looking at how we fund cybersecurity as a state, remembering that OITS is fee funded. And so everything that we do right now when it comes to cybersecurity is built on that matrix of fee funding. So we charge back to an agency. And sometimes what we have seen is that over time, and we've tried to level some of this, but it's hard in a fee funded structure, an agency that has more dollars are able to leverage into those resources at a different level. Many of the models that we're seeing across the country at the state level are moving away from fee funded and having it more centrally funded, or a combo of there might be a set of services that is very particular to a particular agency because of the nature of what they do, but there are a base level of services that all agencies have that surround them, things like certain levels of firewall protection, certain levels of monitoring, and those types of things are considered just part of the operational infrastructure of a unit like ours and are kind of, say, directly funded. But those are some of the things that we've been looking at as well. What does that look like? What does that level look like? Having an information security officer in every cabinet agency and enough to cover all of the non-cabinets, and not having to charge back that information security officer to that agency because we have no other source of way to be able to fund that level of expertise into those agencies. So on the recruitment and retention side, staffing, it's things that we continue to work on. We are looking at salaries across IT market. Market studies are starting to come out, helping us to see where we can triangulate. But we're doing a lot of work on, again, that professional development. Where are our skill sets? Where can we double down our resources, matching on to the skills and the expertise that we need going forward, and investing in our staff, because it's not just about recruitment. It is very much about retaining the talent and the knowledge that we have for the state as well.
I like that idea because I think then you're building a pipeline from internal. And so I very much appreciate that. And then I guess when we get to our discussion, I mean, she brought up an interesting topic in the way that we fund it? And are there shifts that should be made in how we fund technology? Is there, like she spoke of, a base that then is funded and then you have services on top of that? So, I mean, it's just something that we should consider because this topic is not going away. It's only going to get more complicated.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, I do want you to thank your team for the one-page layout in the reference manual as well as in the digital, because that really is handy to find out.
Thank you. And Alex is going to come up next and walk you all through the quarterly report.
Thank you. Welcome back to the committee, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. Thanks again for having me here to talk about quarterly report. And I'm going to start out. Is the presentation up? Okay. We'll give it a second. But I'm glad to hear this positive feedback with the 3-year project plan. And the secretary mentioned about the dashboard that we're building internally as well. So we are really hoping to leverage a lot of information that we have gathered on the 3-year project plan to help us better plan and make our strategic plan better moving forward for the state. All right, we're good to go. Thank you. All right, so once again, I'm Alex Wong, and I'm the Chief IT Architect for the state of Kansas. And I'm here to present the quarterly report for the quarter that starts with July of this year, ended at September of 2022. So the information that I have provided you, all of them are available to you electronically. And so you will see the link underneath there for both the dashboard that we have went through in the last section, so we can easily get to the detailed project plan or the planned project plan on each one of those projects. And also this quarterly report that I'm going to walk through with you. They are both electronically available for you if you need any detailed information. Next up, I'm just going to give a really overall idea of how many projects that we're tracking in each one of those categories, and just a quick reminder of what each one of those mean. So a total, there are 61 KDOT projects that we are tracking. Out of those, 21 of those are active, 23 are approved, 11 are planned, and 6 are completed. From a sequence of business processes, everything starts with planned. That is the projects that we receive a determination that they are over. They estimated that the project is going to be over $250,000, and therefore they have submitted a proposal that we determine as KDOT projects. So those are the planned projects. After that, then the agency and the entities will start working on planning those projects and putting together the high-level project plan. And that's where it got into the approved project. So this also in this quarter, the advice and consult course is also started here. So you have seen in the last few months where all these high-level project plan came through, are sent to the members of this committee. And there are 7 days for them to provide any advice and comments to those projects. And then the agency are allowed to start the RFP process after that. So that is a new process for this quarter. And those are the approved project once they are approved. Then once that approved project started and RFP is done, we collect more information, and that's where we put together the detailed level project plan. And once the detailed level project plan started, we'll have better information of the architecture, the technical information, the budget, and the timeline. And that's where we start to track it as active projects. And then once they are completed, they become completed projects, and that concludes these different categories. For this presentation, I'm going to focus a lot on the active projects that we track, things that are ongoing at this moment. 18 of those projects are in the executive branch, 3 in the regions, and there are 21 total. And their status currently, there are 4 projects in recast, 7 on alert, 3 good status on the infrastructure projects, and 7 good status on non-infrastructure projects. I will dive deeper into recast and alert projects, so you will have a better sense of where those things are. First of all, we start with looking at anything new this quarter. So new active project this quarter, and these are the projects that you have seen that process that I mentioned earlier that went through the high-level project plan, it went through the detailed project plan, and now those detailed project plans are approved and moving forward as active projects. So they started execution. First one is the KDHE Bureau of Waste Management Data Management System, and they are upgrading their system to replace multiple databases that manage permitting, compliance, and enforcement data. Then we have the Highway Patrol in-car camera system. Some of you are here for the last session where they gave a more in-depth presentation on this project, and they are now starting to execute on this project. OITS has started on the router refresh for CanWin and CanWen, which is our rider network that connects all our agencies, backbone network together, and that project have get started. And then the Labor Department have started their IT modernization project, that there's also a separate committee that is looking at this project specifically. And then Kansas Sentencing Commission is starting their project for their electronic journal entry upgraded as that system are going end of life. Moving forward, we have two new recast projects. You have already heard me talk about the K-State project in the last quarter report. So they have submitted their recast and it was approved, and they moved their timeline from the original planned to February 7th of 2023. So that they recasted that baseline of their schedule, and they will be continue to track as an active project, similar to the KBI Kansas incident-based reporting system. They have recasted. Actually, they recasted last quarter, and they have recasted again this quarter because they have start working with the vendor and looking at the resources that they have available, and changed their last timeline from April 26th of 2024 into July 14th of 2025. So hence we see this as still cast as a new recast project this quarter. Moving forward are the alert projects. There are 7 in total. Some of this you see that in the last Jim.
Would you like to take questions on some of these as you're going through?
I have a stop at the end to ask any questions, but I'm happy to take anything that you might have.
We'll take one now.
Okay.
Representative, since we stopped, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the KSU project, that's a why have they recasted it? I mean, it was started in 19, so was it COVID, or is that what slowed it down? Because it's not that big of a project.
So what the original cost for this project is the Hell Library fire that causes that data center to be that needs to buy new equipment for their rebuild of the data center, and also looking at moving some of those things to other environments, other spaces for hosting those things. To buy their own equipment for rebuilding the call center, there was a chip shortage during the pandemic. And so they were waiting. They're putting the order together, but they're waiting for those equipment to show up.
Okay,
and
so
hence they are just
it was lack of being able to buy.
Yeah, lack of equipment and due to the pandemic chip shortage.
Okay, that's what I figured. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. In the introduction of your presentation, you talked about the order of the process and the RFP when it was put out for bid. It seems to me like you're a little bit getting the cart before the horse because you don't understand the project well enough and you're putting it out for bid. I have had experience where that is the case, and I know companies that won't bid on items because I was asked actually, why didn't they bid? And the answer is because the state doesn't know what they want. They're just throwing it out there and hoping something sticks. And this process would propagate that issue. I hope that you address that in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It will be going through the process that I mentioned earlier, but it will be newly active for this quarter. But the information related to this project should be already going through the path of high-level project plan, detailed project plan, and the committee have information on those at the beginning of the process, which is to plan the project plan.
With some of the folks in Department of Commerce, Department of Labor, is this IT modernization project, is this the big fix? We have passed some legislation in Commerce. Is that work already going? Was that work already contracted, or do you have a process in place?
That is a separate committee for this IT modernization project in the Labor Department, specifically for looking at the modernization of the unemployment system. So that was the.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is that this is showing up as a newly active project for this quarter.
Correct.
Hasn't this project been going on for some time? Or am I missing the boat?
So as an active project now, meaning that it is starting execution in this last quarter. So they have been planning, talking to the vendor, putting together RFP and all those in the process. And now last quarter, they started to move on the task of this project.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Holland, that we will start getting, or we have been now that in the last couple months, we've started getting these projects before they're going out. If you'll see that in your email. That was just a proviso that was just for this year. So we're going to have to address that again in the next year. So it's true that we will now start seeing projects like this before, but we haven't in the past. In the past, we've just, this would have been the first time that we'd actually seen it. Now, this particular project, as he said, there's a committee that has been watching it sort of as closely as they could. Just have been hampered because of other things, but hopefully we're getting there where we'll be able to see some of this beforehand. But this project is, it's on its way.
Okay, so I don't want to misconstrue what Senator Tyson was saying before, but I find this problematic is that when you say newly active project, what does that mean? Okay.
So committee, so one thing to remember, our language is part of kind of how this process is stood up. So the active status is a series of status of the projects, right? So actually the first time that it comes up in one of your quarterly reports is when it is first identified and it is signaled to an agency that I, as the CTO, determine that it is keto reportable, right? That's when they actually show up the first time under your planned section. So if you take the entire keto report right now, you can go into the plan section, and that's everything that any agency has said, we think this is keto, I've determined that it's keto reportable, and it's planned. Then they have additional steps that they take, which then moves them from planned to approved. Again, you have a section of your report that shows you all of the projects that are in approved status. And that is where their high level plan happens, where now they come to you and to me before their RFP comes out. Then the RFP comes out. Once that is completed, they move into, with their detailed plan, to what is called active status. So it's language that might be confusing. It's not that this project wasn't active, and this actually isn't the first time that it shows up in a report. They all show up first in the plan section. Then they move to the plan section, right? Then they move to the approved section. And then they move to the active section. And so it is part of how that process, and we can share again We've done flow charts of how the keto process works, what the various steps are, and what the actions are of each agency at each step. And we can recirculate that. And I apologize. I know the language may seem weird. It's like, oh, it's just now active. That's a kind of a status category, just like closed is a category in the sense of when a project closes, there are actual steps, closeout steps that they must take. And so the reason why Alex said, for instance, there are 6 in the closed category, that means that 6 projects this quarter completed all of their necessary paperwork to close out their projects. So at each step of the project, there is a step of actions an agency must take to move them through that sequence. But we can share that again. And so I just want to apologize that that language may be a little bit confusing.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Appreciate the explanation. I guess what I'm driving at is regardless of what you call planned or approved or active, what I'm really interested in is it before or after the RFP is on the street? That's what I want to know,
Right. So that is when they are in,
the status.
that fits in when they are in planned before their RFP goes out. Now you all receive a copy, a direct email of their high level plan with a summary, and you all can review that during that 7-day window as I am reviewing it as well. They cannot put the RFP out until they receive my approval. And at that point, they move in from planned to approved. They cannot put the RFP out until it has come to you all now and through me. Then they are approved and they can release their RFP. So it is in that second step of the process. Does that help, sir?
And so then once we get an approved process, I assume it's active then once you have actually awarded an RFP?
It is. It's not just that. There are also other things that the agency are doing in terms of completing their detailed plan and a few other actions. And once all of those actions are taken, they begin to move into active status. Does that help? But we are committed to getting that kind of flow through back to you all.
One more question, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to follow up with the implication here is that we see the email and that if you don't have comments from it, it's approved. I think that's a poor process in the sense that many of us don't have 7 days. We are working full-time jobs as it is, granted in IT. And I've looked at these reports, glanced at them, and I would have several questions before I signed off on them. So don't assume that if you hear from us, that's approval, and same with the general public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holland.
Okay, so not to beat a dead horse, but I will. So, Madam Secretary, prior to the plan status, a planned is basically, if I understand correctly, planned is once again, it becomes planned once you guys send out the email to the committee members, right? And if there is the planned, okay, I'm sorry.
So that planned is actually an agency signaling, we believe we have a reportable project. And they actually, in that space, identify, here's what we believe the project is, so forth and so on. We then make a determination where we literally tell them, yes, we agree. This is a planned project, and now we believe it is keto reportable.
Gotcha.
Then they start working on that next step, which includes their RFP, their high level plan, things of that nature, that then get them to move through to that approved status. And the reason there's a distinction there is that as you all know, some things change. And so we actually, over time, have seen some projects that showed up and planned that never moved through because after a little bit more work or research, it's determined this project actually doesn't need to go forward. They're going to take a different approach. But anytime they begin to engage down that path, they do have to begin that process of contacting KDOT and say, we believe we have a reportable project. We determine it. There's some things, as you saw, like there's the infrastructure versus a regular project. And so sometimes that determination is very important for us to be able to say, yes, but that's an infrastructure project. Those move a little bit differently, still high level, still high dollar amount, but it's different than our traditional projects. And so we do that determination to agree with them or to signal to them, yes, this is a reportable project. And then that also engages Alex's team that then begins to work with that agency to say, now remember, you need to do this, this, and this. Here is your process. Here are your steps. Here's the plan, so forth and so on.
So by the time that our committee's notified, basically, with the 7-day deal, is the RFP and everything, is that already, I mean, it has been issued,
It has not.
but is it done?
They have their draft of it that is a part of that materials. Yes.
Okay, and that's what you're basically, so basically, they have the draft of the RFP, you have that, they basically have their go-to-market strategy.
Their high level plan.
Right, and then you have we have the 7 days to get back. Okay, okay.
And understand that that process, and Representative Hoffman can speak to that, that came about as part of a proviso. So as it is currently structured, it is something that was put in place. The proviso was right at the end. It did not have a level of detail. We worked with the chair to try to put something in place so that we could honor the spirit of the proviso, but it was very loosely worded. And so this was the process that we put in place. We recognize it's not ideal, but the idea here was to be able to communicate out to you all with a concrete set of materials in a short period of time where you could digest it. It's not a full report. It's not multiple like books like this. When you get that email, it links you, it has a summary page that gives you about 10 items that give you the summary of that report. Then you can click in and you can see the materials for that project right there. We recognize it's not ideal, but we were working within the constraints in which we had and trying to hit the letter of the proviso as it was designed.
Okay, and I have seen those emails and I have looked at those. And I'm basically looking at what type is the application, what's the project size, getting a sense of what type of project, infrastructure, cycle, whatever it is. So I've appreciated that. I guess I've been okay with the stuff that's come across my thing. I guess the point is that, and I guess we'll just have to see, but have we really had a significant project as far as size or risk that's been reported out to the committee as far as the 7-day window?
I would have to defer to you all because I think that for various members, what becomes significant, what's important, what that looks like is different. I will tell you, I spend hours going through these. My approvals don't come through like with a heartbeat. So for me, every agency, because I'm working with them, those are the conversations that we have. They get feedback from me on their projects. A lot of times, Alex's team will work with them on very iterations. So by the time you all have even seen it, that's not what they started with because we have given them feedback on what we know and how projects move through and what some of those challenges are. It's what his staff does on a regular basis. Then they get additionally from me, if I see something they are concerned, it also goes back to them. So there is a give and take on that. You all don't see all of those pieces because it's actually what we're doing in the background for that process. It's when you say a significant project, significant risk.
Well, for example, the KDOL, that to me is a very significant project.
That project started, however, well before this. And so it is in an active status now, but its planned status actually happened over a year ago. Yeah.
That was like kind of the example. And so I guess my point was like with the KLIS project, I don't think that came to the committee.
So that is the legislative CETO. and he would be the one who would bring that forward. We would not bring that one forward. And so Alan brings the legislative ones, just as Kelly brings forward the judicial ones.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then on that email, say if there was a big project that I had some serious concerns about risk management on, is there enough information from an RFP standpoint, either on that email that I can link to, or is that basically a follow-up that I need to go to you guys and say, hey, if I've got some issues about this, I want to understand more about, basically the take to market approach? Is that when I just reach out to you and say, let's have a conversation? Or how does that work?
After you review that materials, if you feel your answers aren't there, then yes. And when you hit reply, that comes directly into Alex that would gather that, bring that back, and it is required to then come to me for me to address with that agency as well.
And so if you felt then there was if you felt there was a significant issue raised, then you could basically call a timeout at that point if you wanted to. Not that you have to.
Mhm. And sometimes we do delay them. We saw I don't remember if it came through here, because I think this was earlier in the summer. This was one again, taking back to the non-cabinet agencies. It wasn't necessarily an issue or a risk. It was with the licensure. We saw one of our small non-cabinet agencies was going out for an RFP for a new licensing system, but we knew there were about 4 others who were in the hopper. And so we actually stopped that RFP from hitting the street. We reworked the group. We brought in the other agencies that were looking at it. We re-scoped the RFP so that it was a bit broader and took in the specs for various agencies. And when it went big, when it finally did get approved and went out, we wrote it in such a way that we believe will address various agencies' need for a licensing system. So that's part of what Alex's team is doing, making me aware of, trying to capture some of these things and pull that all together. And again, you may not see that piece of it because we pulled it down and then it actually came back and eventually was approved. And I don't know that the project name changed, but how it was approached, the entire RFP and the scoping change, because that is what we try to do on the backside within the project. Does that give you kind of a good example of? Okay.
Senator Holland.
Mhm.
When you have the newly recast projects, can I assume that on the previous quarterly report
Mhm.
that these projects here, the data center relo and the incident-based reporting system,
Mhm.
were those identified in the previous quarterly as being an alert status?
Yes. Most likely, they are not just on one quarter too. It could be multiple quarters, as you will see a little bit later, that they will be on alert first. And then the alert status is based on timeline, deliverables, and budget, right? If any one of those are out of the threshold of 20%,
Right.
then they are automatically put into the alert status and it will be on the report. And then once they do that, then they will have to reevaluate. Can they catch up on this quarter? Or do they have to recast the project so that they can re-baseline either one of those options?
Okay.
So yes, you can assume that those projects will be on the previous report as either alert or even already on recast.
Okay, so I guess my question would be is as you're communicating the newly recast projects to this committee, when I see the 2.4 million, is that like, that's what it additionally cost? That's how it additionally runs? Is that, I mean, I guess if you're I'm just asking a procedural question once again. If you're communicating recast projects to this group, if this is supposed to be the report, how do I know what the delta is to the customer service experience and the taxpayer?
Right. So those information are in this longer report, this
Okay.
quarterly report that is also on the first page that I showed. There's a link in there. If you go in there and look at this specific project, each one of those have the cost at the very back of it that talks about the initial cost and what is the new recast cost. So you will see the delta directly in there and the date that is in effect as well.
Okay. And so, gotcha. And so I guess maybe expectation of the committee, Mr. Chairman, I guess my thought is that, so you've got the information there. I'm wondering, I guess what I just would want to know is that would it make any sense maybe just to put maybe a couple of those nuggets on these slides? So, you know, I don't have to remember to go off and look at a website some other time. I'm just asking the question. I don't know if it makes sense. Uh, I think at least give the committee members a sense of on the precast projects, what's the delta? And then we can go off and, then I can circle and say, but quite honestly, if you have 2.4 million here and it's only, the original cost was 2.2 million, it's only 2 month delay. Do I care? No. But looking at this, I don't know if I should, right?
Sure.
And then just another observation, and once again, not picking, just I guess looking at this stuff. On the newly active, no, not the newly active, I'm sorry. On the active projects and alert status, does your presentation get more details of this? If it doesn't, I guess my only point would be is just maybe at least for the committee for each project, provided it has a certain risk threshold that would suggest it needs a higher level of visibility. You may want to basically do maybe a page on each of these and just recap for the committee, since we're here on a quarterly basis or whatever. Okay. What is just for each of the projects, a separate slide that says, what are the outstanding risks we have identified? What's the headwinds? What's the troubled waters? Any sort of notes as far as maybe how you plan to remediate?
Yep.
That would just be helpful, because once again, when I look at DCF child support services replatforming, $11 million, what does that mean? Is that the original cost of the project? Is that we need to have another 11 million bucks to throw at this thing? What's the time delta to get it implemented? What are customer service risks? If we're not maintaining service levels, just a couple nuggets maybe for each of those would just be helpful.
Yep.
Because I can't speak for the members on the committee, but it's just you have those little snapshots when we get in here and look at this. That would be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I do have some of those in the talking points, so see if that helps on while I'm going through this alert projects with you. But I will be definitely willing to work on some of those things. So it's on the slide as well.
By the axiom, if it wasn't written, it wasn't said. So just little nuggets.
No problem.
Thank you.
Work on those.
Carry on.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are at this slide of the alert projects. Is it still? So while we are working on that, the first one is the Department of Administration printing modernization project. And this was also one alert in the last quarter, and that is due to a delay in delivery. So the project timeline is where it is over the 20% threshold. However, we have received the latest update that the last piece of this equipment has arrived at the end of October. And actually, it's being installed at the beginning of this month. So, although this project is alert in the last quarter, which ended in September, it is going to be completed in this month. So, training and installation will be done this month, and it should be no longer in alert after this quarter is completed. So, next project we have the KDOT's Home and Community-Based Services Final Rule Portal. So, this specific project is providing a portal for both citizen and provider to access HCBS services. They are behind on both schedule and deliverables. However, this quarter, again, similar to the printing project, they did got caught up this quarter. But because this report is reflecting the last quarter, which is June, July through September, so this is on alert. But they caught up with those schedule and deliverable this quarter, and therefore it is not impacting the planned schedule, which is supposed to be completed by the end of this calendar year, which is this quarter. Next up, we have DCF, Child Support Services Replatforming. This is on alert last quarter as well, and they are behind on timeline and deliverables, and they have already determined to do a recast from the last quarter and have started working on this with the vendor to look at the timeline and look at the deliverables and changing their baseline. They were working through that last quarter, and they continue to work on it this quarter, and that's why they're still on alert. And we are expecting that recast to be submitted in the next quarter. Next up, we have Highway Patrol. CGIS software upgrade. Again, this is on alert also in last quarter, and also determined that they need to be recast because they're running into some data migration issue with the new database that they're moving to. So they're also working with the vendor to adjust some of those schedules and deliverables because both of those are behind schedule at this point. Then next we have OITS ServiceNow ITBM implementation. This is the digitalization of this KDOT process, something that we are doing and you all are familiar with today based on all these documents that have been sent to you. We are looking at using ServiceNow as our digitalization platform. So all this eventually will be built in ServiceNow, and all the reporting and all the information will sit on the same platform. It is on alert because before we implement the project, we wanted to make sure that that same module is also going to be available for external agency in addition to just OITS, so they can use it for their project management purposes. So we are working with a external vendor to assess the current platform to make sure what we do is going to be capable and compatible with external agency that needs to be work on it. So that vendor is working on it right now, and we should have a report of that assessment in 8 weeks, and then we will work on recasting the project once we learn from the result of the assessment. Next up, we have KBI, Automated Biometric Identity System. This is a system that they are upgrading so that they can have the capability beyond just fingerprint. So it will include palm and facial and all the other type of identity into the system. They are behind because they're behind on schedule and due to resources availability. So KBI is now working with the vendor to adjust that timeline and most likely recast again so that they will bring it back to the new baseline. And finally, we have Department of Labor, Pondera fraud detection. And this is also an alert last time. However, this quarter, we are getting the newest update that they are caught up on their schedule and deliverables. Both of those are the reasons why they are on alert last quarter. And they are already currently on user acceptance test right now and planning to go live on phase 1 in December 15 in 2022, and then also finishing the project by January 31st of 2023. So that's the current status for the alert projects. Moving forward, we have the newly planned projects. So remind again. Okay. Any questions?
Representative Hopper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at that Department of Labor's fraud detection project, so looking at the report, it says that their just execution end is 3/31 of 23. So you're saying that now they're saying it's going to be quicker than that.
Yeah, the original timeline is going to be catch up and followed. So it will be on December, finishing the phase 1 of the project, and then in next year, January, finishing the phase 2 of the project.
So it won't be 3/31, it'll be
1/31, end of January.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good because it's almost been a year since I started it. So,
Yes,
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we're ready to go to newly planned.
All right. So newly planned project. So going back to what Senator Holland has mentioned earlier. So this is where the agency has determined that there is a project that will be most likely KDOT reportable over the 250,000 threshold. And now we are starting to get that information and say, okay, now here's the information that you need to submit to provide that high-level project plan. And so those are the three. The one that's on asterisks are the one that this committee actually have asked for more detailed presentation later on. So you will hear a more detailed version of this project coming up. The first one is one of those, which is the Department of Administration is working on the State Employee Health Benefit Plan Data Warehouse. You will hear more about that later on from their CIO. The next one, we have Department of Corrections. The X-Data system is their ERP system. ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. So usually that handles finance and payroll and that kind of functions for the Kansas correction industry. So the system is going end of life, and they are now planning to look at options of how to replace it and upgrade it. And finally, we have University of Kansas working on the School of Pharmacy audiovisual upgrade. So that building, when it built back in about 20 years ago, did have a lot of state-of-the-art AV equipment that connects all their visual and audio to students that is in Wichita campus, so that they can remote join all these classes remotely, even before the pandemic. So now that those equipments are getting end of life, and so they are starting to plan on looking at options to upgrade those infrastructures. And finally, we have newly approved projects. So these are the one that went through this. We collected the high-level project plan, provided it to the committee, and now they have approval to start RFP. And these are the four that is currently in that stage. The first two is from OITS. The first one is the Identity Access Management Enterprise Solution. This is providing security and single sign-on for agencies. And the second one is the Web Service Migration, which currently OITS provide an enterprise service to host websites. And we are looking at migrating to a newer platform that can provide more capability. The last two are Department of Transportation. The first one is ks.gov Optical Network Services, which you will hear more from the Department of Transportation representative later on today. And the second one is the US 169 Dense Wavelength Division Multiplexing, which is how traffic information are going, communicating back and forth is the backbone of that. And right now, this project is expanding that backbone to go along the US 169 corridor between Garnett and Lenexa. So these are the projects that I have today. I stand for any questions that you might have.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to understand this, the dashboard and then what we're getting. So under the dashboard, the Department of Administration's State Employee Health Benefit Plan is showing as approved, but yet we're seeing it as planned here. Okay, so yeah, it's
Actually got approved. The dashboard is real time.
Okay.
The dashboard is their working dashboard that's real time. That actually got approved this week. I was out of the office and I approved things last night. That approval came through. Please remember, part of the challenges is when you all meet and how we produce the reports. This is the quarterly report. This is the status of the projects from July to September, which sometimes becomes a delay because, as he mentioned, there are a number of projects that were alert in last quarter. But where we currently stand, we have updated information because the agencies are continuously providing information and reporting. And we as CTOs are continuously moving projects through. So please just bear with us on that, in that we do provide that dashboard to you because it is the real time and has a little bit more detail, but we don't want to confuse.
Right. And I bring that up maybe just so that in future, and I know that if that happened last night, it's probably, it's real quick, but maybe in future you could, say, well, this was planned this wasn't planning, but now it's in approval. You see what I'm saying? So,
and he usually does, as he did as he was walking through.
Right.
That one, and the only reason I know is one, because it's both of my agencies. I've literally approved it within the last 48 hours. And so it may not have even caught up to them.
Presentation.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. And I will note that as well. Other questions?
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just back to simple process questions. I'm a simple guy. So just look at the thing here. On your overview, you had 11 projects in the plan status, right? Mm-hmm. And just so I understand, how many of those has this committee signed off on yet? 0?
The committee have not, I won't use the sign off because they have not went through that next phase of the process.
That's one, and
so it has not.
And so my question was here then is that when you bring up the newly planned projects,
right.
Okay,
correct.
Are these 3 part of the 11?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But they are new this quarter between July and September.
Good.
So there are other projects before that is still in plan process, have not moved forward yet. They're still working on it.
Understood. So I guess all I'm saying is that at some point in the future, unless you take some of these planned things off, I could expect 14 of these things at some point.
Correct.
In my
Correct. Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's very accurate.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that if there's like a project that I have some specific interest in, concern, whatever, I want that to get raised in the plan status during these meetings as soon as possible, prior to just getting an email and blindside out. And when I say blindside, what I'm afraid of is that from my perspective, I do a lot of squirrel moments, right? And I get misdirected. So the point is that to the extent that if I've got a quarterly report that I can get in advance like today, that gives me a heads up on, hey, I know this may be coming, for an email, hey or nay, that would be helpful for me.
So I will have to ask the committee's partnership in this, okay?
Sure.
Alex's presentation is not the quarterly report. That is just a high-level PowerPoint for him to walk through today. When we send this out, and we try to send it out as early as we can, as soon as it is ready, the pages, while it is not terribly long, each project really is a front and back.
Okay.
Right? And when we send it to you electronically, and the reason we send it to you electronically is because it has the hyperlinks in it when we send the quarterly report. And so one of the things that I would ask in your partnership is, if you look at the front list of the quarterly report, we do the table of contents where you can see the name of each project. And if something jumps out at you, you can click real quick and it'll take you to this 2-pager on it. Alex is available 100% of the time. If something jumps out at you, please reach out. One of the reasons we stood up the dashboard a year or so ago was because there were some that were like, but I want to click through the documents. And we were like, okay, we'll stand up the dashboard. We recognize everybody may not have that capacity to do that. That's also why we then provide this report electronically with the hyperlinks so you can try to get through it quickly. We will work on the PowerPoint that you received today, but I just want to make that clarification. That is not what we consider the quarterly report. The actual report that we send to you is the quarterly report, and we have condensed the information from all of their documents into a front and back. And that front and back for each one has down the side, this is a plan project. And then it has all the various kind of summary information on it. And again, when you in the electronic version, you can like jump around just to where you need to or what might be of interest. But that's also where I will make sure, again, we make Alex and his team available. They will come and sit with any of you and walk you through the various dashboards and or the report, because we want this to be accessible to you. And we've changed things in the last 2 years to try to do this. But we also recognize you are consuming a lot of information, and that, like you said, you have that moment and you're looking for something. So we will continue to take the feedback and try to, again, try to streamline how the information is coming out. But I did want to make that distinction that the PowerPoint that he does is kind of just for him to walk through today. And when we are referencing the quarterly report, we're actually talking about this document, and the individual 1-pagers for each of the particular projects.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Secretary, thank you so much for that. And so I guess in that spirit of partnership, just remind me when this is getting sent out to us, the actual deal, when did this go out to us for this quarter?
I think it is on the 10th of, November 10th is when we send this out.
Okay, so basically, is it fair to assume, so this was November 10th for July through September?
That's correct.
Okay, so the expectation is then for the committee is that we will have looked at that really prior to getting this report. Is that correct?
And remember that it depends. So this time of year is a little bit more difficult for us because you guys are meeting month, and we're pushing out reports. A lot of times we'll push them out and we may not see you. And so sometimes, like when we meet in the spring, a lot of times we're actually covering 2 different reports because our fourth quarter and first quarter have come out and we haven't seen you. And so some of it is timing, and we try to get them out as quickly as possible. But that is our hope, or at least you've been able to peruse them to identify particular projects that you want to hear more about or that you need us to do a deep dive on. So for instance, you all have about maybe 6 projects that you're going to hear more about today that the chair provided ahead of time. I'm not quite sure how those are identified, but every meeting we ask, are there particular projects you want us to bring forward? And I think you're hearing 6 or maybe even 8 of them today throughout the rest of your meeting.
Okay. I'm just, Madam Secretary, I'm just outlook driven. I always set stuff up to do. That drives me, right?
Yep.
So basically, can I basically put my outlook maybe, 45 days or 40 days after the end of the quarter, I should be looking for this email being sent to me in the email
Yes.
to my Senate email.
And if we need to add, and for some of you, I know we have like staff or things also added as a trigger so that they know it's come in, we can do that as well. Anything that'll help you identify to get to these projects.
This is probably more my fault than anybody's, but I want to be as proactive as I can be prior to getting in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more section, which is our security section. Our CISO, Jeff Maxson, he will go quickly, as I know we are a little bit over, but I know that this is a critical area that people are very interested in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. On the committee, Jeff.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Jeff Maxson. I am the Chief Information Security Officer for the state of Kansas. And so today...
Did I take it? No, I didn't.
Oh, right next to it. So, sorry about that. Today, I'll cover a couple topics. So first, I'm going to talk about the month of October, which is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We had a very busy month. We packed it full of events and activities. I'm pretty sure my staff was holding me up with some sticks by the end of it, because we had a lot going on. So October 6th was our 4th annual Governor Cybersecurity Summit for Executives. And in the past, what we had done is we had done presentations for senior leaders within executive branch and their executive staffs. This year, we flipped the script a little bit. We held a tabletop exercise with them. This was the first time we could do something in person after the COVID pandemic. So we had a captive audience and we did a tabletop exercise. And we really geared it towards business leaders. We tried to keep the actual IT piece out of it because there are a lot of decisions leadership needs to make when they're going through a cyber incident. So in this tabletop exercise, we basically hit agencies with a ransomware attack and put them through some difficult questions about how they respond to leadership. So with that, we had over 110 attendees. We had over 35 agencies representative, and we had a very broad audience with cabinet secretaries, chief counsels, directors of communication, and various business unit leaders as well. So again, we want to focus on what is the leadership response to a cybersecurity incident, in particular ransomware, and some of the tough decisions that they'll have to make during that. So it spurred a lot of great conversation. We got a lot of great feedback, and out of that, we were getting a lot of requests to continue holding more tabletop exercises with specific entities and outside of the broader audience. So that is something we're going to continue working on. On October 13th, we've also brought in an organization called Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. They are an organization that is funded through DHS to provide emergency management training as well as cybersecurity training. We brought them in to teach a course, Cybersecurity Risk Awareness for Officials and Senior Management. We held that course here in Topeka. With that, we had 25 attendees that included cities, counties, as well as state officials, also from varying degrees within city leadership as well as law enforcement went through that course. And again, gives a high level, really stressing that cybersecurity is a business issue and not necessarily just an IT issue. So again, a theme we're continuing to push on to get more involvement from leadership across the board. And then our big event was on October 25th. Again, one of the recommendations out of the Governor's Cybersecurity Task Force was to hold some sort of cyber summit here in Kansas, and we did that on October 25th. We held that down in Wichita at the Heartland Preparedness Center, and we had over 200 attendees. And that makeup was cities, counties, state, federal, K through 12 education, higher education, and also critical infrastructure as well. And again, great turnout. It was a full 1-day event, and we covered some topics such as, what are the opportunities we have in Kansas? What are some of the things we're doing? Supply chain risk, workforce development, and what resources are available to localities through our federal partners and organizations like MS Isaac, which supports local government as well as state from a cybersecurity perspective. So again, great turnout. A lot of feedback we're hearing is, again, continuing activities like that, bringing people together. We do look on doing more of this and doubling down on this as well. So again, we're excited to do that. A lot of our partners were excited to see it. And so a lot of great things coming out of that. All right. Next, I want to talk quickly about the DHS cybersecurity grant process and where we are. So again, the notice of funding came out on September 16th. Our initial application for the grant is due this week. We have already submitted it for the state of Kansas. So some of the activities we've done since the NOFO and the application due date is we have created a statewide cybersecurity planning committee. The makeup of this committee is very similar to what the makeup of the task force was. We have included city, county, K through 12, higher education, all three branches of government, the Attorney General, Secretary of State, as well as some officials through my office, the Adjutant General, et cetera. So again, a very broad audience to help work through this process. And again, this is the planning and approval committee for that cybersecurity grant as required by the notice of funding. So the planning committee has met several times. We have approved to use the funds for this first fiscal year to build that statewide cybersecurity plan, which again is a requirement before we can start accepting individual projects from localities. So at the moment, we cannot accept individual projects until we have that statewide plan. And again, that one plan is encompassing of all of the state to include the localities and things like that. So it'll be a great effort to really get a big picture of what the cyber landscape looks like in Kansas and how we can move forward and what gaps we need to address and how we can do that strategically. So the plan will need to be turned into DHS for approval by September 2023. So we have about a year to get rolling on that. So a lot of movement on that very quickly. All right. So this year is also the year that agencies are required to turn in a security self-assessment to my office. That was due October 16th. So this was our second time going through this effort. This year, we did continue that survey format. That was the feedback we got. The agencies liked that. It was easy for them to work through. We held a couple planning sessions to help non-cabinet agencies and organizations walk through that. Again, the feedback we get is to continue those, so we will. This time we did go a little more in depth than we did the first time and dive deeper into some of the areas that we asked about the first time. So, and just a brief reminder, the 4 areas that we really found in the 2020 assessment was data management, risk management, preparedness, and vendor management. And why I'm bringing these up is I kind of want to cover some of the things we've done since we learned from this first assessment and how that's going to carry us through this next assessment. All right, so since the last assessment, just some of the things we've done. So we've created this is also kind of paired also with a recommendation from the Cybersecurity Task Force. We have created a position for a statewide cyber collaboration and cyber preparedness section within my office. And we have staffed this with a couple individuals to focus on preparedness. So originally OITS had a disaster recovery position, initially started out as we moved this under the security office to help address some of these issues in the broader agencies. And the demand for that has only grown. So this is where we're starting to expand on that. So we actually have 2 people focused on that, continuing to grow, as well as this outreach to the localities, local governments. So that is the pure focus of this position, is preparedness and collaboration. We've also introduced through D of A in partnership with OITS a creation of an IT procurement manager that is now in the state procurement office to again help with identifying IT components of contracts as they go through, getting additional visibility on them as well. Been a great benefit to make sure we get appropriate contract language in place, things like that. So a lot of efforts to address, again, some of those vendor management pieces. One of the things my office has done is we have developed a regular lunch and learn series where we bring in IT folks and also business executives to just talk about things cyber. We do this on a monthly basis. varying topics from risk management to actual technical controls implementation, resources available to agencies through my office. We're going to expand this based on feedback from the summit. We'll do a iteration of this where we are starting to invite the local governments to it as well. Again, that's something they're asking for. It's something we're already doing. We just need to expand on it. So we'll do that. Again, as these efforts are beginning to start, this is not the end of it. We're going to continue to expand upon it as well. As we identify things through various means, we try and find ways to close them. One of the new things that came out of the last assessment and kind of conversation as we introduced the state IT architect, a lack of data governance policies. So we had implemented ITech 8000 series of policies to again focus on data governance within not just agencies but all of the states, so including all branches of government, the regions as well. That policy passed last year, and with that we were starting to collect data inventories, things like that are being turned into the state IT architect. In addition, going back to the DR pieces, we have held several tabletop incidents with agencies as they've come to us and approached us with that need. We're regularly doing those tabletop exercises. And again, after doing that with the executives, getting a lot more interest in that. And so we continue to double down in that space. All right. Now going back to the 22 assessment, again, the priority areas as we're trying to break it down into easy, digestible chunks. Again, system security documentation. Agencies are struggling with that. This is usually a lot of the work. A lot of what things get based off of is what documentation is going through. So as we're getting through new systems, again, as the Secretary mentioned, the importance of information security officers within organizations, we can get on top of that. So that's one of the priority areas that we've identified. Cyber risk management, again, popped up. Again, this is more not that there's a lack of it. It's just the continued cognizance that this is more important to agencies and organizations. So they're identifying it as such. And so, again, how can we develop and build on that as we're working through, again, involvement of information security officers and professionals in that space. And kind of similar, again, the disaster and incident response training. Not necessarily that we've got more gaps, more than that there's an raised awareness and that we need to continue being on top of this and approaching it regularly. So again, as we are trying to double down, we get more resources to work with them. And then going back to the data governance is kind of an awareness on the privacy aspects of data. How are we protecting the citizens' data? Are we only collecting what is necessary to provide those services? And how are we engaging that and assessing that? So those were the identified priority areas. And as we look through it, we continue to find what are the things we can do to help offset and close those gaps. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Committee questions. Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, thanks for being here this morning. Give me a little background on this creation of an IT procurement manager in the state procurement office. Mm-hmm. What's the current or the traditional practice or lack thereof? What I assume this refers to the agencies when they go off to do some sort of a integrated purchase and maybe whatever, and IT is a part of that. What's currently happening today, and what is this going to do to change that environment? Can you elaborate?
So I'll start, and I'll defer a little bit to the Secretary as well. But a lot of it was as we're going through like contract negotiations, and procurement sits in those pieces, ensuring that there is specific contract language related to IT and data and things. So sometimes a individual who may be writing a contract at an agency or writing some of the RFP language might miss some of that. So we're trying to capture those things. And that process is, we knew there was a gap there. And so that's why we're trying to address. And sometimes initially the procurement folks themselves might not have the background in the IT pieces. And so that's why I want to interject somebody who had a IT background in that process. So, but that was some of it from my perspective. I'll defer to the Secretary on that.
So as we developed this role, we actually took a senior IT leader, and it was Kelly Johnson, who was the former CIO at KDOT. And because he brought a very unique perspective of being in that CIO role, but also managing contracts and individuals. And this came out of some of our assessment and some of our kind of larger need areas, right? We see as we just, because I'm switching hats as Secretary of Administration, procurement sits under me. One of the largest and growing parts of our state procurement, both just by numbers, but by dollars, is IT, right? My procurement officers are procurement officers. There are aspects of IT contracts and IT negotiations that need a little bit of a different kind of lens and perspectives. We saw an opportunity there to really kind of maximize how we're approaching it, looking for those synergies, also aligning it better with the KDOT process and how that moves through, helping the review of RFPs at an earlier stage. And in those negotiation spaces of making sure the language has certain things. One of the things that they're working on right now are, is there standard, we have standard clauses with the state in all kind of ways, but we haven't actually had standard clauses on the IT aspect of it. So that's one of the things that he's leading a development of. What should standard clauses be in certain types of IT contracts? If it's an infrastructure project, if it's a data project, are there some state standard clauses that should be in there, and what does that mean, and how are we helping agencies manage those relationships? And so we've already seen gains and some efficiencies in this role, and I think he's only been in the role for about 4 months. So it definitely came out of the work that we were doing and some of the things that we were seeing and trying to get more in front of and strategic around it. The other thing is that we're also looking at strategic sourcing. And in this IT space, we traditionally haven't been as strong in that, looking at contracts that we can leverage into that are shared contracts through organizations like NASPO or other things of that nature. Looking at, again, he was a part of the group with the KDOT office that identified this split from the licensing system. KDOT saw it one way, procurement saw it come through the other way. They got their heads together and realized there was a greater need there. So that is some of what we've been able to capture in this space.
Mr. Chairman, I'm actually excited about this because, and Madam Secretary, correct me here if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not going to name specific projects, but I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot on past projects, where basically, particularly that are, say, vendors were coming in selling vendor proprietary specific solutions. And when you don't have some IT, I mean, I understand this person could be just doing, here's my template IT, but if this person is going to go above and beyond that, excuse me, and kind of be maybe like a third party check or like just a second pair of eyes, just say, here, look at our go-to-market strategy. Does this really make sense? Are we letting this vendor put us over a barrel? What are some things here we're not seeing? If that's the type of access and responsibility this IT procurement manager is going to get into these larger IT purchases, I'm excited about that.
That's our plan. The position sits in the procurement office in the Department of Administration. It also has a dotted line to the KDOT office so that it is working with both of those leaders as they do this work. One of the other things is as we know, a lot of our IT projects don't start in IT. They start on the business side. And business says, we need to do X, Y, and Z, and this vendor is doing it, and let's run down the street. And so he's also been very helpful in this role and in this capacity, helping both the IT leaders work with their business side to understand some of the things from that procurement standpoint of that, no, you can't run down the street and do XYZ, or sometimes stuff falls through the crack. And we've had at least 2 things that have come through that came through from the business side. And unfortunately, IT wasn't fully aware of them. And when we got wind of it, we were like, this is KDOT reportable. And we're able to help redirect the business side of a particular agency to the appropriate and right process and set of resources. So for me, as I hope you all know, I don't do anything performatory, right? I mean, like, it is the idea that this is strategic, that we actually need this to help change the way that we are doing our procurement and IT, and actually to have gains, efficiencies in both the processing, the policies, but also the dollars. How are we saving the state more dollars? How are we making sure we're using the dollars that we have more effectively? He actually joins our CIO meeting. I have a twice a month CIO meeting with all of the cabinet CIOs. He sits in that meeting with us, even though he's in procurement now. But that's so that he is hearing the projects and the initiatives and the issues. And on a regular basis, he says, I'm gonna follow up with you. I heard that somewhere else. Come and see me. Let's see if I can help with that. So that is our goal, is to really to break down these barriers, to say this office does this or this office does this, but to actually think about what is the functionality we need to put our IT procurement in a better space for our state.
Just so I understand, Madam Secretary, once again, this sounds awesome. Thank you for getting this in place. Too bad it wasn't in, years sooner. But my question would be is that with this structure in place, can we avoid the business lines doing the end to run around their own IT shops and just doing their own deals? Because if you can't, this is going to exacerbate that problem, and you better get rope it up pretty quick.
What I said, that it truly helps us. We have more eyes in a broader way. And what has happened is that our procurement officers across my entire organization now have an in-house resource. When they see something, they can put it in front of him real time and say, is this something I might need to send back to the agency and have a question or ask a few more questions about? And that's really making that difference. So it's one of those things of, my hope is that yes, but we're also trying to tackle that directly with our CIOs and with our agency leaderships, having more conversations like Jeff's conversation about cybersecurity, and having conversations with the business side directly around what it means and why IT has to be interwoven from the beginning of your inception of your next, iteration of X, Y, and Z, not because they're trying to run it, but because there are aspects that they need to be able to help you think through. And I think we're making some progress across our agencies.
Okay, but it sounds like this isn't a requirement that the business lines go through this. It sounds like it's a resource if they choose.
So it's not necessarily a choice. Our RFP process and the entire procurement process is still in place. And so everyone still has to follow.
An RFP is still going to eventually go through administration's procurement.
Yes.
So
Yes.
at some point, this IT manager is going to see,
Has the ability
if
to
they
see, yes.
decide to keep him off until the very last minute, then
Yes.
we'll look at these bigger deals that were done like a business line directly to a vendor.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. And then one other question, Mr. Chairman, just so I understand, on the cyber risk management. So you're relatively new at this position? Is that
Since July 2020, sir.
okay? So are you Mr. Is your mission then, or is your role in basically, are you kind of like the point person? Like, if I wanted to come to somebody at the state of Kansas and say, give me my top 5 cyber risk issues you see with state government systems, are you the man to address that? And not that you're going to know because you got here.
That is my role as defined by statute. Yes, sir.
Okay, so going forward, then, as you get on the job, learn more about the environment and our uniquenesses and whatever, you'll be able to give us over time a very confident, here are the risk areas, right?
Correct, sir.
That's awesome.
That'd be preferred. Most of that stuff would be preferred closed session, though.
That's okay, but but that will be through all agencies. That will be everything. Correct.
To an extent. So my statute is more of advise and consult, and not necessarily that agencies have to use my services per se. So again, that goes back to the secretary. We're trying to provide services out to an agency, so I have visibility across all agencies as well. So
let's put it this way. I guess they may or may not want to use you, whatever that means, but will there
correct.
be required reporting mechanisms or assessment things that you or your team will be involved in for all things security?
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yes, that is what this self-assessment they submit. And since we're only in the second iteration, we're trying to work our way into it as we get more and more in depth with that self-assessment.
Okay.
So
thanks for taking the job. You've got a job where there's not a lot of celebration. It's only bad moments if we're not being proactive. So
and I'll add, we have made a ton of progress in the past 4 years since the statute has been in place, and we continue to make progress. And so, like I said, the outreach into the localities is huge as we're starting to build the partnerships in there, because One of the risks is our partnership with the localities and how they tie back into state systems, things like that. So being cognizant and aware of that, we're really focused on the outreach as well, because it is something that affects everybody and ultimately Kansas citizens, regardless of the level of government.
Well, good job. Thank you. Good luck on your stuff, and please feel free to share as openly as you can with these sorts of things with the committee, because we care.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that, sir.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for including the local governments in your summits. That is really going to be beneficial to the entire state.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Committee.
Next up, committee, we have some select projects that have been planned and approved, some presentations. I believe the first one on the list is State Employees Health Benefit Plan. Please state your name for the committee.
Good morning, Chairman Peterson and members of the committee. My name is Josh White, and I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Department of Administration. I'm happy to be here today to provide information about a planned data warehouse project for the State Employee Health Benefits Program. In 2020, Governor Kelly's Executive Reorganization Order number 45 called for the move of the State Employee Health Plan as well as the State Self-Insurance Fund from the Department of Health and Environment to the Department of Administration. So over the last few years, our technical teams have worked together to strategically move all of the many IT applications, programs, IT service contracts for the health benefits program from KDHE to D of A. One of the last remaining pieces of that move is establishing a data warehouse specific to the business and reporting needs of the State Employee Health Plan and the State Self-Insurance Fund. And so the teams have specified all of their business requirements and submitted their high-level plan to the KDOT office for approval. And as the Secretary alluded to, we just received approval to proceed. So now the teams are working on the draft of the RFP. We hope to have that RFP posted in the next few weeks. Our industry research has determined that a project of this scope should take between 9 and 12 months to implement, carrying an estimated project cost for execution of $1 million. Like many other data warehouse projects or projects in general, there are some risks. One of the main concerns for this project is ensuring that all of the file layouts, the reports, the dashboards, the visualizations are all able to be modeled on the business needs of the program and fully supported by the data warehouse vendor, whomever that might be. Another potential risk is just the timing of the project. The main users of the data from this data warehouse are, of course, our internal teams, but also the contract actuaries that use this data to measure financial performance of the plans and to help us set the insurance rates for the future plan years. That data mining takes place in Q1 of a particular calendar year. So it's important working back from that date that we're live in Q3 or early Q4 to ensure a successful reporting year. A successful project will result in a data warehouse that has up-to-date claims data, accuracy, and a normalization of data that will be able to produce answers and reports to legislators and healthcare commissions requests in a timely manner. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about where we're at in the planning phases of this project.
Any questions? Senator Holland?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thanks for being here today. I guess a question would be, Josh, help me out with this. So this is, once again, you got a data warehouse going up, state employee health benefits. What are their current, what are they currently using technology-wise, anything over there related to existing data stores? Anything they have?
Yeah, they currently have a data warehouse that's in place and under a service contract with KDHE. So this project is really just trying to move that presence of that service contract, correct, to a new vendor, and that requires a new IT service contract.
Okay, and can I ask what that package is? I'm just curious.
Like who the
database software or the dashboard?
Yeah, I believe the current database data warehouse is with a company called Gainwell Technologies, and they partner with Cerner for IT service support on that contract.
Okay, so it's more than just the database, but it's just like a whole application data analytics kind of reporting set that's specific to your industry. Would that be fair?
Correct. Yeah. It'll be specific to the health plan and the state self-insurance fund data sets.
And when you do this, I'm assuming there's at least a couple other states that are kind of use the same thing, or we're not going out on a limb and trying to do something leading edge here that hasn't been done on relative the same set of technology.
We're not, no. And that data warehouse has been in place for a number of years in the model with KDHE. It's kind of an umbrella of data warehouses, and the state employee health plan and the state self-insurance fund had a tenant under that data warehouse umbrella, and they've been using that for the last number of years.
Okay, gotcha. And so you're going to use some sort of an integrator, national integrator to do this work, or?
Yeah, it depends on who's awarded the correct.
Okay, but basically they're just going to do the work, then go away. It's not like it's.
We'll rely on that company to provide application support and modeling and dashboard analytics and the like.
So for any custom ongoing reporting needs you have, then you'll go to them to do that.
Yeah, if the internal teams don't have the capacity or the skill sets.
It's not like they're going to be billing the state as a software as a service model or anything like that, right?
No, I mean, the contract, once it's awarded, will carry with it a support model. So there'll be a yearly support model. And that's estimated to be around $300,000 per year.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions? Seeing none, committee, I think we'll go out of order here and go to the order of business of approving the minutes. You've had a copy. Is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Collins. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, minutes are approved. Thank you, committee. We'll turn into our next item, which is disaster and business continuity, the University of Kansas Data Recovery Project. Welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mary Walsh. I'm the CIO for the University of Kansas. And I came this morning to share with you details about our project for disaster recovery business continuity and give you a brief update on our progress. So let me start by giving a little background. At KU, Information Technology, KUIT, we support the enterprise systems for the university, and that's academic, administrative, and for research. And one thing we're focused on is to ensure that there's no interruption in this support for the university. We want to have the continuity regardless of what the interruption potentially could be, whether it's a natural disaster, fire, flooding, weather-related, or cybersecurity. We want to ensure the university can continue to teach, learn, and work, and keep the university going. So let me give you a little background on how we started this. We launched this project in spring, and we partnered with our colleagues at KUMC, close to Kansas City. So that was far enough away that we could set up a warm site. We were able to use a data center they had in place. I'm getting a little ahead of my notes. So we set up this warm site that we could fail over to. And let me stop for just a second and point out what we're doing and why we're doing it. So our enterprise systems, if you look at this slide, the systems noted in yellow are the ones we have on premise. So those are the ones on site at our data center in Lawrence. The ones in the upper right with the blue cloud, those are our cloud-based systems. But we spent time carefully selecting the systems that were critical to continuity. So in this disaster recovery business continuity site, we didn't want to replicate our entire data center. We wanted to be careful and thoughtful about what is sufficient and necessary for the university to continue. So I can go through these systems pretty quickly to explain why they were chosen. Having had a little experience with disaster and disaster recovery, communication is so important as we go forward. Of course, there's uncertainty. We don't know what the disaster could be, whether it could be contained to our data center, to the university, to the region. It's important that we're able to communicate. So our websites, our electronic communication, email, it's imperative that we're able to communicate with our community. So our students, our faculty, our staff, our family, parents, the region, state agencies. We want to ensure that we're able to have this communication in place. I also want to point out that we have our 2 person systems, our repositories for person data. Our HR system, we have to be able to pay our employees, manage our employees on board and off board. We also, it's very, very important that we take care of our students, that we're focused on student success. So our student information system, it's important that we're able to admit students, enroll in classes, award financial aid, and manage student accounts. So just going around the circle a bit, identity management is on premise. So we need to be able to authenticate and authorize anyone getting into our systems. And that would also ensure our cloud-based systems are fully available. And if you notice our financial systems, our residence life, our housing systems, our learning management systems cloud-based, which indicates that our course materials, our faculty being able to interact with students and students interacting with faculty, grading, all of that would be available regardless of what the interruption in service might be. We also have supporting systems such as DNS, DHCP, Active Directory would be replicated to our WARM site. Our digital document workflow, we certainly wouldn't want to have to fail back to paper-based systems. Facilities management, and I'd like to come back to that in just a little bit, but also our card system, which is our student ID cards, but it also for our electronic locks allows access to the residence halls and of course many, many rooms and buildings across campus. So that kind of covers how we selected the systems that we have in our disaster recovery site. Keep on going. So just to give you a brief overview of where we are now, we began planning this in early spring and very excited about it. We've made great progress. We have an estimated completion date of August 23. When we scoped out the project, we were still fighting quite a bit of supply chain issues. So we wanted to be thoughtful about how to manage the timeline. I think we're doing very well. We're cautiously optimistic, slightly ahead of schedule. Our supply chain has come through much better than we anticipated, but I'm always careful about being too optimistic. We set up this site with a lifespan of 5 years. That's sort of the standard lifespan for hardware. And as we built this out, what we're anticipating, this will support us for 5 years. And as we come up to the refresh cycle, I anticipate our technology landscape will be a bit different in 5 years. So then we can rethink how we want to go forward with our continuity site. We have submitted this to KDOT. Our budget is about $1 million, and we're just below that, so we're still on budget. Just to give you a sense of where we are in our progress, we have completed our planning and procurement. At our business continuity site, we have laid down the network and the infrastructure, the storage and servers. Hardware has been installed, and security has been layered into every step of this. So we're very, very conscious of security. We are replicating all of our Oracle databases to the site. Most of our enterprise systems are based on Oracle technology. So we're replicating almost real time using Oracle Data Guard. We also have our supporting systems in place. We've mapped out all of our applications to ensure we've identified all integrations and all the tunnels and bridges throughout our systems. And I'd like to come back to, we just this month, November 2nd, completed our first test of our first system. And the system there is Maximo. That's our facility services system. I did want to talk about this a little bit. This system is very straightforward. So we wanted to take a small step in our testing, but facility services is very important if we have any kind of physical disaster. So Maximo is manages all spaces on campus from a facilities point of view, but it also inventories every building and every room on campus. So this is critical, especially if it's a physical disaster. It will be very, very helpful for insurance and FEMA claims. So this will be helpful. We completed our first test, and I'm very happy to say it went very, very smoothly. We were anticipating finding all the gaps, but this particular test went well. We will continue testing over the next few months until we address all of our systems. And as we say, next steps, this is going to be a work in progress as we work out all of our playbooks. We are sensitive to the fact that if it's a natural disaster, some of our staff might not be available. So we want to have this as automated and seamless as possible. Oh, I also want to mention we are working with our Enterprise Risk Committee on this. If the interruption in service is cybersecurity related, obviously we'll partner with many other offices within KU to make sure we manage it correctly. Moving forward, just to give you a sense of why this site will be lowering our risk, I've had experience with natural disasters, so I realize how important this is to make sure we have everything in place to do that failover quickly. In the test we did with the first system, Maximo, we were able to fail over in a little less than 2 hours. So again, it's a warm site. It's not a hot site, but we can fail over fairly quickly. We don't anticipate a long delay in failing over. In regard to cybersecurity issues, this really does fold into our cybersecurity plan. And it also replicates the same functionality that we have at our Price Data Center to ensure that our data is well protected. So that comes to the end of my slides. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Next up, we have KDOT, Kansas Crash System Replacement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Bert Morey. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Transportation, State Transportation Engineer. I'm here to talk a little bit about our crash data system replacement and then Scout, our Scout network improvements. So this is not. All right. I'll just hit a couple, just some quick highlights of each of these programs, kind of the purpose, a little bit about the previous system, some costs, key milestones, and a little bit about the anticipated or potential risks that might be involved. So with the crash data system replacement program, the key point to this is that what we're doing is replacing the existing system, which allows us to import more accurately and faster data from all the law enforcement agencies across the state. And the system that we've got right now is quite old for a system like this. Last year we got about 60,000 crash reports from about 450 different agencies, and not all of them use the same system. So there's a lot of handwork that's involved in getting that crash data into our database. So this system will allow us more flexibility, more efficiencies in importing that data from those law enforcement agencies across the state. Right now, this is on budget and on schedule. We're supposed to have this go live in April of 2025. Some of the anticipated potential risks. I mean, it's fairly common to any software upgrade. There can be issues with the existing network system, system interface changes, and resource availability and project member turnover. We don't anticipate that happening, but those are potential risks that I want to make sure that you're aware of. Okay. Questions on the crash data system?
Will this make the data that you're collecting from the different agencies more standardized?
It won't make the data more standard from their point of view, but it'll allow us to get that data into our standard database more efficiently. Representative or Senator Peterson, they all use different systems, and this just allows us to get the data into one database that we use.
Excellent.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Any for those? Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here this morning. So the current system, is this like some homegrown deal in the house, or is this some old proprietary stuff written on billion-year-old code? I mean, what is it?
Senator Hall, I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, second question.
Sean Brown from our IT department may be able to answer that.
Thank you. As you said, I'm Sean Brown. I'm the interim CIO at KDOT. And to answer your question, so the existing system is not homegrown, but it is a custom built system by a vendor. That vendor no longer supports it. We've taken over support of that current system.
Okay. And so are you going to a new package system from, do you have a vendor integrator that's going to do this work for you, or what's that looking like? Is it a proprietary system you're going to? Are you building it? What are you doing?
I can't give you a good answer on that yet because we're in the planning phase now. And as a result of that planning phase, we will come to the conclusion of whether or not it'll be a package system or another custom built system. But we will be looking for outside resources to help either way.
I wait with bated breath to see what you decide to land on. So I'll save my questions for later.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So has it gone out for RFP yet?
Not for the execution phase. The planning phase is, we've handled it in two separate projects. We're currently in the planning phase. Once we've completed the planning phase, we will issue an RFP for the execution.
Okay, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious why the deadline 2025? That seems extensive, especially if it does become an off-the-shelf product.
Again, because we're in planning, that date could change. That's just our best guess at this point. You're correct. There's a potential if it's a COTS package, it could be shorter, but I wouldn't anticipate that at this point until the planning is complete.
Senator Holland.
Just a quick follow-up. That's a great question. So how did you land on a date? You don't even know how you're going to deliver the system. Is this like something federal regulatory that's driving it? Something at the state level, other systems, other stakeholders giving you a date, or why did you land on the date?
With all of our projects, we do our best to create an estimated timeline. And again, the planning kind of helps us narrow that down. And based on the previous implementation of this system and other similar activities we've undertaken at KDOT, this is our best guess.
Okay, but I mean, a lot of that's going to be driven by basically, so you're going to you got to get data out of the old system, correct, into the new one. Is that a big part of this transition?
Not just data. The existing system was not documented well, and so we've got a lot of work in trying to understand exactly how it works so that we can replicate some of that functionality in the new system.
So you've got two struggles. You've got to basically understand the functionality, and then you've got to understand basically the data you've got in the system, and you'll have to scrub it and all that stuff. I'd assume to bring into the new system. Is that accurate or not?
That's accurate.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none.
I'll push that along as fast as we can because it is in our best interest to get it done as soon as possible. Okay. The next project is update of the optical network system and the backbone replacement on the Kansas City Scout system. Essentially what this is doing is updating old hardware, data switches on our system, bandwidth managers, and other related technical equipment at the KC Scout network hubs. This is just kind of a cartoonish illustration of the network in Kansas where we're going to be making improvements. The red lines are the fiber routes. You'll see that does go into Kansas City, Missouri. The Kansas City Scout system is operated out of MoDOT's offices in Independence. We have a joint operating agreement with them that's been longstanding, but that's where the central office is. This is, as I said, this is to replace optical network switches that were installed in 2000, 2001, that's when the original Scout program was rolled out. They're ending their useful life, so we need to get those replaced. This project is about a $950,000 project, but I just want to talk just a little bit about the benefit. We've got an estimate that Scout system benefits. It's about $15 million a year to the traveling public. If you just go back and take a real quick look at that map, there's about 500,000 people a day that go by one of these overhead message boards or a camera on our system. So it's a very, very valuable program to have in place. The schedule on this is a little bit quicker. We anticipate this going live in 2024. It's essentially just going out and procuring the switches and getting those installed. The risks right now, it's supply chain is probably our biggest risk, along with potential key staff turnovers. Questions?
Any questions, Senator Holland?
Real quick, are there any federal funds available for you guys to implement this stuff, or is this all coming?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe there are, well, the short answer is yes. And I thought I had two of those identified in my notes here, but I do not see them.
Sure.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd follow up with that and ask, are there any hoops that have to be jumped through in order to obtain that finance?
The federal funding?
Yes.
The only one that I can think of off the top of my head would be the Buy America requirements, that everything be manufactured in the United States.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, is that feasible? Most of our technology is.
Yeah.
Can you get us? Can you send an email to the committee explaining what the requirements are, and if you would, how you plan to achieve that? I think that'd be wonderful that we help spread the word Buy American on technology.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I'd be happy to do that. And I'll clarify and make sure what the funding sources are.
Thank you. And for those of you who haven't been able to be in the PSAP in the Kansas City area, some of these emergency entering points actually use the information that's provided by these cameras to alter the timing of traffic lights to clear the way for emergency vehicles. It's highly impressive. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a good day.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Kyle Lord. I'm the Assistant Director of IT for the Kansas State Department of Education. And I'm hopefully going to talk to you a little bit about the new longitudinal data system we're building and why, and give you an update on where we're at with that. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're waiting, I would like to compliment Mr. Fisher on the minutes. Some of the best I've seen. Oh, sorry. Gary writes them. Well, they were excellent. Thank you, Gary. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, so a little background on where we're at, or maybe current status where we're at right now. We do have a longitudinal data system. It's the Kansas Individual Data on Students. It was built beginning back in 2006, 2007. Right now, all the individual student data we're collecting from districts, they are submitting to us through a batch upload process. They pull data out of their school information system. If anyone's worked with CSV files or tried to manipulate them in Excel, you know, when you have thousands of rows of data, that can be a real pain. It takes a lot of time. It's very labor intensive. One of the main issues that we're seeking to kind of correct here is we run into, because schools have to manipulate these batch files so much, there's so many different data elements with hundreds of different business rules and validations that they often don't go back and update that information in their school information system. So now we have two sets of data that don't match, and the next time they go to submit data, it's bad again. Highly mobile students are a big issue. Often school entry and exit dates don't get updated, and so trying to figure out where someone belongs, that's kind of one of the downfalls of our current system. Another issue is because of these large batch uploads, when there is a deadline on a collection, submitting very large files can be a problem. So we have some school districts who are coming in on Saturdays to upload files. That's not great business practice, not good customer service. So we'd like to rectify that. So this began, actually, we were looking at a contract for a statewide information system. We wanted to see if we could save school districts some money, standardize everything. The Teachers College of Columbia, we had them do a cost benefit analysis and worked with them. Kind of as this all came out and we really started listening to school districts, that a lot of them already liked their school information system, or they already had contracts in place. So we started looking at another way. How can we make this easier and still get all the data in a standardized format? In that cost study, they found that going with more of a standardized solution where we could pull from any school information system vendor would save school districts approximately a little over $50 million over the next 10 years. And that's mostly in time and labor that they're using right now to correct all these files and to submit them to us. And so we worked with a lot of other state education agencies in what's called the EdFi Alliance. I believe they have 36 states currently. Probably talked to mostly all of them, trying to figure out the best way to do this. We've also, I want to be real clear, we have spent a lot of time working with school districts on this. From the superintendent level down to in September, I spent almost 3 weeks talking to what I would say administrative data entry, people who are actually working with this system. So we're trying to make sure we're making this better and not just doing something new. So this is a grant-funded project. There's a lot of other states working on similar things right now, trying to modernize how we collect data, how we standardize data, and how we share data. So we had really 5 goals, as you can see up there. We wanted to implement this. We wanted a new system. The common educational data standards, that's a really big deal for us. It helps us, again, standardize our data once we have it and be able to share it better for state and federal reporting. Data quality certification program. Part of this grant set aside money for training school districts on data quality. Right now, I don't think we have great quality data. And a lot of that is due to turnover in staff in the districts and also on our side. And so trying to keep everyone trained and certified is a big deal. Like I said, it'll help us share data with our partners, whether it's Board of Regents, whether it's the University of Kansas. We'll all be working with standardized data. And then the last thing is hopefully being able to provide maybe not quite real time, but much quicker information back to schools in the form of dashboards or whatever else they might like to customize. So like I said, the big overarching theme here is data standardization. The KIDS system being 15 years old, we have built onto it and built onto it and built onto it. We have data that doesn't match and doesn't mean the same thing depending on which database table you're looking at that point. We want to automate these processes. I really don't like the idea of someone at 10 o'clock on a Friday night in a school district trying to fix their batch upload. That seems really bad to me. Like I said, we'll have the real-time reports and hopefully this will be much more usable. So the overall cost for this project is about $4 million. We do have a grant that's $3.3 million of those dollars. There, between the fiscal year 2024 to 2027, we estimate we can save $23 million. And you can see the net cost, $18 million there in savings. And a lot of that is really, like I said, in time and resources that are taking to do this currently. I'll kind of gloss over some of this. This is kind of the history of how we got here. The takeaway from this is in July, we signed a contract with a company named Double Line. They're our vendor for building this. Kind of based on a question I heard earlier, I will say that once this is built, we own it. We will not be paying to maintain it. That's a big part of what we're doing is getting all of our internal staff ready to take this over. The cool thing is that a lot of it's open source. Other states are building things that we can hopefully use. We're collaborating, we're working with them. So I'm really hoping that by the end of this project, I think I have a note in my slide that says we may not be the subject matter experts on this. I think that's one of the risks, but we're becoming them. And so I think that's definitely a selling point. Right now, I would say we're in a discovery phase. Traditionally, we have tried to keep everything we do on premises and we control it. We have already found that that's not really feasible for this. We're contracting with Microsoft Azure to move some of this to the cloud, and it really comes down to scalability. For us to have enough server space and capacity to do this on certain times, we'd be spending a lot of money to maintain technology that we don't need all the time. By moving it to the cloud, and we really discussed that a lot with other states that have tried to do this on premises, the cost savings, because we can scale it up and down, it made it a really easy choice. But we were not prepared for that. We didn't even enter into this thinking of that as an option. So we're learning and we're building as we go, and trying to make sure we have the best plan for this. Right now, we are in the fall and winter of 2022, 2023. Our goal is by this spring, we will be piloting this with some districts, collecting feedback, working on the different data validations that they have to do. And then really, we'll work all summer. We're working, another question that came up earlier was our old data. Yes, we are. We're trying to decide what has to be brought in. We will be transferring all of our data, but a lot of the questions we have right now are what needs to be available instantly, what kind of data are we working with on a daily basis, in our operational data store, how to align things. And then by the beginning of next school year, we hope to be running this in parallel with our current KIDS system. The goal would be that all or at least most of our districts are using the new system. We will maintain the KIDS system for at least one more year. Part of that's going to be for our own data validation so that we can compare the data as it's submitted through both systems. And part of that is for some schools have recently they've changed their school information system on their own, and they have a little trepidation about another big switch. And so we're going to give them that year of kind of a grace period while we make sure everything works. And also during that school year, we'll do all the project closeout, the knowledge transfer, and hopefully sign off with the vendor. We've had a really good working relationship with them so far, but hopefully then we can end that and we'll take it over. A big risk, I think the biggest risk, but I also think, to be fair, it's a big risk to the status quo, is turnover in school districts. This is going to be a new system. It's going to be something new to learn when you're submitting data, but we already have a really hard time. At the beginning of every year, school districts have new administrative staff, and it's a big data set, and the person entering the data may not understand the data. It's often passed off to the office person, hey, upload this file. And they don't know anything about career and technical education or special ed. And so it's a big deal to get people trained and up to speed on this. So that is a risk for this, but I think, as I said, it's a risk for what we're doing now anyway. The other risk, I think, if the vendor misjudges our timeline, we're working very closely with them on that, but that's always a possibility. And then a big change in project staff I think that's a common one. We've been lucky to have a lot of continuity in our IT department, but that's always subject to, I guess, bigger and better opportunities coming along. If testing would run over, that's a risk. Or if the vendor doesn't adequately transfer the knowledge. I'm not as concerned about that. I think we have a good working relationship. And I would argue that a lot of our staff is already becoming subject matter experts on this. And there's where I mentioned the high rate of district staff turnover. The last thing I really want to cover is just a misconception that we've dealt with school districts with this. And when you say you don't have to submit data anymore, we're going to quote unquote pull it, that can scare people. Say, I don't want you crawling around in my data. And that's not what this is. Or some people think now we'll have access to all of their data. And that's not what this is. We are collecting the exact same data we already collect in a more efficient way through a system of APIs. We'll have a handshake agreement. This is the data we need you to transfer. And they'll say, this is a data we're willing to transfer. But the benefit is it's all standardized. So it can go back and forth. It's not that we can just take it whenever we want it. They'd still have a system of validations and checks to say, I'm ready for you to take this specific set of data. Not, hey, KSDE came in and pulled all my student data. That's not what this is. Other than that, really, we didn't go with the statewide SIS. Schools can still choose their own student information systems. That was a big deal. Our schools like that. They have contracts and they have preferences. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a few questions. One, you had a slide that you flipped through really quickly up there. It had security items on it.
Yes.
I don't see that in our presentation, and you didn't cover it. And that is one of my big concerns, especially with the student data.
So I will just say in general, is this no? Not sure which slide had security on it. Okay.
That would be slide 12.
I can't see the slide numbers. I'm very sorry. Which one's slide 12? Forward? Sorry.
So sorry, I speak to the mic. Madam Chair, which one? Security? Okay, we will find that for you. Thank you.
I do see that as a bullet point on this one, but it had more security items on it. It's fine. My concern is, and you addressed some of it, but not all of it, the fact that we had one of the worst ratings for security in the education systems in Kansas, and this data share just proposes even more issues. And I do know that there's some parents and other individuals that are extremely concerned over the data that is being collected on the students. And if that's going to the state level, if it's, and you're broadcasting it to the federal level, which you had suggested, I have extreme concern over this.
I think I should clarify. That is correct that we are sending it to the federal level, but it's not anything that we're not already sending to the federal level, and it's only what's required. Based, even when we set out to collect individual data elements from schools, we are very strict that if it's not required for state or federal reporting, we say no. I think every year we send over a report that justifies each data element we do collect. And that's really the purpose behind that, is we're trying to take the minimum amount of data to fulfill our state and federal reporting requirements.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I would ask then is that you send the committee a sample in those data elements so that we have access and we can see what's actually being collected and what's being sent to the federal.
Yes, ma'am. We could certainly do that. And I do want to add, when we send data to the federal government, it is aggregated. We are not sending a student level row of data on something. We're sending them aggregate counts based on whatever collection it is, whether it's graduation or chronic absenteeism or something. But we are not sending, X student in this district, here's his information, and he was chronically absent.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But as within tax, there's certain items that we can't release because that may be able to be reasoned or extrapolated as to who the student actually is.
Yes, ma'am. And especially for public reporting, we have very, very strict suppression rules to make sure, even if it is an aggregate report, that we're not reporting small enough populations that hopefully that can't happen. But that is always a concern with our data, especially student level data, would be someone gaining access to that or figuring something out about a specific child.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, further questions? Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's probably slightly off what this particular project is, but I do have a question. And it deals with when you have this personal data, students and teachers and et cetera, but then you also collect data from visitors to the buildings, to our educational buildings. And this came up because I was a recent visitor to a school building in Johnson County, and they literally scan everybody's identification, your driver's license. And I asked them, that's great, checking, I appreciate that. But how long do you retain that data? And the answer was forever. So my question is why? Why do you need, number one, to retain that data forever? And is there a policy perhaps for the school districts as far as data retention? Because then I started thinking, it's like, well, what other data are you retaining forever? And then what risk does that then create for people whose data you are just keeping forever? So that's my question.
I think I can answer part of that intelligently, and part of it is, I don't want to say someone else's problem, but it's kind of outside of our scope. When they collect your driver's license information, they are not sharing that with us. That is not something, visitor information, that we are receiving through this system or our other systems. So I can't say, I assume they probably say forever, because when we talk about things like transcripts, graduation records, they do. The goal is to save that forever. So if someone needs to know, I graduated in 1964, that we can't just say, oh, sorry, that was before we had all these neat computers, so we don't have it. So there is that expectation for the school type data. As far as visitors, I guess I'm not educated enough in that security world to know if there is an expectation that they keep that forever. That seems odd to me, but that's
Any further questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that kind of goes back to what we've heard from a lot of school districts in their audits, is that the Department of Education does not seem to be giving them adequate direction on some of these issues. And so I think it's something that the department needs to get educated on and to decide, how long should that data be kept, and then make those directions to the school districts, because we hear that over and over and over from every school district that comes in here, that they do not feel like that they're getting adequate direction from um, state school board. I mean, not the state school board, sorry, the Department of Education.
Yes, sir. I think that's a fair statement. And I think in some ways, when we're talking about IT and cybersecurity specifically, we're stepping into that world. We've created a technology council, K-12 Technology Council. We have tech directors from all our school districts on various committees. Personally, I've tried to kind of ingrain myself into some of these tech director groups. I think we try to walk a fine line between not mandating where it's not appropriate, but also there is, I think, a duty to provide guidance where people need it. But we're trying to solicit a lot of district input on the guidance we're putting out, whether it's a best practices document or, really step by step, here's what you need to do. We're trying to make sure we're working with the districts on that as opposed to another mandate. But that's very much on our radar, is that I think sometimes people do feel a little lost.
Are your tech directors from varying sizes of school districts?
Yes, sir. I actually am working on creating, hopefully, an open group of anyone who wants to come. But the K-12 Technology Council, they've tried to make sure they have schools by region, by size, so that they're getting. Because we really, if you compare Wichita to some of our more rural districts, you might have an IT staff of 1 compared to an IT staff of 50 plus. So it's not really one size fits all. So we're trying to make sure we have all the varied voices in our groups.
Thank you. Committee for their questions. Senator Holland.
Brief, Mr. Chair, but just to clarify, it's not the State Board of Education IT folks that are making data collection retention requirements, right? I would assume this is the administrative, the operational lines, because of whatever legal, procedural, whatever legislative requirements they have for data reporting. Those are the folks that the decision ultimately rests with, is that, do we need this piece of information? And if so, how long?
That is correct, sir. We defer to that whenever possible. I think the combination of the last two questions, we try to provide guidance if there's ambiguity, but really it does rely a lot on statute, or whether it's federal requirements or state. We say this is what the law says, so this is kind of how we approach it.
I guess all I'm trying to say is I would think there would have to be some sort of a regulatory or a business process requirement for data retention, and you wouldn't just toss something off to IT staff.
Correct. Yes, very much so.
Committee for their questions.
Sorry, I couldn't find that slide. Sorry.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yes, thank you.
James, I don't believe there's anything else coming for us before lunch. Committee, your vouchers should be on your desk when we return from lunch. We'll take a recess for lunch till 1:30. Thank you. committee, in order to stay on schedule, ready to get started here. We'll go ahead and start off. We have presentation on more planned and approved IT projects. Just to let the committee know, if there's ever any one of these that you want a presentation on, feel free to contact James here. He's been really good about getting forward to come give us presentation. There was one of them I really wanted done we had this morning, so it worked out well. With that, we'll turn our attention to the SNAP program. Welcome to the committee. It may take a second to get it. It's just a second, we'll get it up.
Sure. Great. Thank you. Well, my name is Tom Pagano, and I am the CIO for DCF and KDOT. As Secretary Burns Wallace mentioned earlier, I am relatively new to the position, so I'm in my 6th week, so bear with me. So the first project I'm going to cover today is the Technical Application Project for SNAP Success, or TAPS. This is basically a development project which will produce an application that reduces administrative obstacles for clients when reapplying for benefits. When clients reapply for benefits, oftentimes this results in delays and clients missing important services, and also yields additional costs to the agency. In terms of the schedule, this application project was kicked off in 2018, September 2018, and has only recently completed that phase in September 2022. We kicked off the development, testing, and training stage in September of this year, and we'll have that completed by the end of December. Along with that, we have a statewide deployment phase that will be coming up, and along with that deployment phase will be an evaluation happening concurrently. And I need to go to the slide. Be good if I did that. There we go. Sorry about that. And so again, there's statewide deployment that that will start 12/28 of this year and go through June of 2023. And along with that, there'll be a statewide evaluation that's happening along that same timeline. Project is supposed to be closed out by between June and August of 2023. And those dates are listed in this slide here. I'll give you a minute to look at that. As far as funding goes for this project, there's a federal fiscal year funding came out in 2019. DCF was awarded a USDA process and technology grant to the sum of $1,475,000. That was to develop, implement, and evaluate a mobile application. The cost as is projected for the TAPS project at this time is estimated to be $1,163,800. That's over 5 federal fiscal years. In terms of our vendor partnerships here, DCF EES engaged with the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research, and they are assisting with the obtaining and managing that USDA grant. And they've also helped us to work with a company called North River Integrations, or NPI, for the application development and deployment. Risk analysis at this time, there's no substantial risk to speak of. The normal CTO reporting requirements were fulfilled, and the risk assessment when this was kicked off. And essentially the current status is that seeing the project is nearing its end or final completion, There's only relatively minor adjustments to ongoing routine implementation tasks and risks. So there's no substantial other major status updates at this time. And that's really it for that project, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Committee, questions on the SNAP program? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions. Thank you for your presentation. If I remember correctly, it's never been repealed. There's a statute that requires electronic verification of citizenship before they receive these benefits. Has that been implemented, and is it included in this system? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I am not able to answer that question, but I'm happy to find out the details and get them back to you.
If you could get those back and send them to James Fisher, he can distribute them to the committee. That would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Happy to.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, I have a second project, I believe. Okay. Excuse me. All right, this is an electronic health record project. This is essentially to provide an electronic health record, or EHR, for all 4 state hospitals. It will replace 15 legacy applications and also eliminate a host of manual processes. The schedule is as follows. The contract execution date was May 24 of 22, and the estimated completion date for this project is September 23. Currently, we're in the discovery and assessment phase. There are essentially four go-live dates, actually 5. But the first one is at Parsons, and that is scheduled to go live March of 23. Learned is scheduled to go live May of 23. Kansas Neurological Institute is at the end of May 23. And Osawatomie is July of 2023. After that point, there's sort of a layover that will be done as a separate module, but it's part of the same system, which is the substance use disorder module, and that go live date is September 2023. At that point, the project will be considered concluded. The total project budget for this is about $2.5 million, and it is 100% state general fund. We are using a vendor called WellSky. They have 20 plus years in the healthcare IT system sector and are very well respected. As far as the risks at this time, the primary risks as we see it are essentially migrating the systems that are in the hospitals today to the new system, and obviously then taking the existing clinical processes and moving them into an automated clinical process. And that requires a lot of training, investment of time, and the work that we're doing now to prepare for that. And that is my update on this project.
It's my understanding that that will save quite a bit of dollars from the manual processes they're doing now.
I would expect so, yes, absolutely.
Or at least save time anyway.
Typically, EHRs save time and reduce cost, and most importantly, reduce clinical errors, many of which can be catastrophic.
Excellent. Any questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat what you said the status is? What phase are you in?
We are currently in the discovery and assessment phase.
So does that mean it's been done and you're finishing up?
No, actually quite the opposite. We are in the early stages of looking at all these processes, documenting them at each of the hospitals, and mapping that over to the system to see what will work, what will not work, what needs some customizations.
Okay, that's what I thought you probably meant, but 331 is, I mean, that's a very aggressive turnaround. If you're just in the discovery stage and you're planning on implementing it in 330, I mean, I'm not saying you can't.
Sure. Yeah.
That's very aggressive. isn't it? Or,
It's primarily because it is an off-the-shelf package, and we're not coding it from scratch.
so it's off the
Yes.
shelf and
Yeah, and by and large, whether it's acute care institutions or behavioral health hospital, the clinical processes are very well defined. There's clinical protocols, and essentially you're building a lot of forms for the intake of data, and then figuring out how to pass that data through a set of protocols that are pretty tightly defined by your clinical folks.
all right, good enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the
Mike,
update.
next time, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some concern over this. So the system, is it networked with other systems, other healthcare systems?
The system is provided just for our hospitals. It's not networked to other healthcare systems. There is transmittal of data in some of these systems for different registries, for different types of reporting, particularly in the substance abuse and substance use disorder protocols that happen. So there is some transfer of data that happens in that area.
And you are aware that electronic medical records are one of the largest forms of identity theft right now also.
Yes, these systems, particularly this one, I can speak to, does follow all the HIPAA compliancy rules.
I'm sorry, I'm shaking my head because HIPAA doesn't hold a bucket of water for me. Those standards are weak and more cumbersome than they are effective on protecting privacy. I just hope that you guys have security in place and that the data is protected, because it does make us vulnerable as a state if there's any breaches. And we have seen data breaches in other systems before. It was very costly. And
Absolutely.
this is especially important since it's someone's health. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we know what other states have used this system?
I do not know them off the top of my head, but that would be easy to find out.
If you could send those to James also, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your presentation, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. If I fall asleep in the middle of the presentation, it's not a reflection on you. We had our office Thanksgiving celebration at noon today, so tryptophan's starting to kick in.
Just the invitation.
Well, we had enough food, that's for sure, but those are always fun. It was, not to change the subject, but the first time in 2 years we've been able to have that celebration. So this was our post-pandemic get-together. So a lot of new faces. But you're not interested in that. You're interested in what I'm here to talk about. What I'm going to talk about are two systems that are being implemented within the Division of Healthcare Finance. And both of these systems are really designed to help reduce fraud and errors in the Medicaid system, as well as ensure compliance and to streamline some of the administrative processes that are currently required to do both of those. So the electronic visit verification is pretty straightforward. We are implementing this for our home health care services under Medicaid. And of course, the idea is that if you've ever had home health care, they come to your house, and whether it's physical therapy, occupational therapy, nursing. And this system is designed to verify that, in fact, they did make those visits that they're billing for. It is to comply with requirements in the 21st Century Cures Act 2016 for home health care services. Will enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of yeah, you got to be smarter than there we go.
enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the state of Kansas by reducing costs and improving system usability. We are actually replacing a current system that was, the requirement for home health care services is relatively new, but the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services had a similar functional requirement related to personal care services, and that was the system that both agencies were using. They contracted with Fiserv to meet those requirements. That contract terminates at the end of this year. And so we're implementing our EVV solution and actually I misspoke, it's the December of next year that the contract with Fiserv expires. And so our system has to be online by 1/1 of 24. Since KDADS also uses home care services verification, we are partnering with them to deliver this. Our original timeline for this was to have this implemented by the 1st of January of next year. However, we had a procurement issue. There was a bid protest that the agency reviewed and decided that it had merit to it. And the cure for that was simply to rebid. The estimated costs for this, you can see them. I won't read them off to you. This is being paid for with enhanced Medicaid funding. So it's a 90-10, which, we use to maximize the impact of implementing these systems while minimizing the cost in state general fund dollars. You can see the timeline. The RFP is posted, closes the end of this month. Vendor selection just after the first of the year. And then, as with all CMS funded projects, they get opportunity to review and required to approve any contract that comes through. So once we send the contract to them, they're on their own timeline. Typically, they tell you that it will be at least 60 days to review that and get that approved. With the we expect a very quick development. There are off-the-shelf products that perform this function today, so we're not implementing something that is particularly specialized for our needs. And so we expect to have formal system acceptance, the completion of the implementation in December of this next year, with formal system acceptance then in the spring. And as with all CMS purchased products, there is a certification process that they come on site or Zoom in and review what you're doing to make sure that it's meeting the needs and their requirements. The potential risks, obviously, with the procurement issue, that creates more risk in the contract approval process. So we have a condensed timeline to implement. There also is a conversion that's required to convert existing transactions from the legacy system into the new system. So, when some home health care situations are relatively short in duration, but others are long in duration. So there will be home health care services that are being delivered on for patients that started before the system was implemented, and those will need to be converted into the new system. And then also the caregivers, we will have to convert them to the current system is basically a call in to verify, and they'll be moving to a mobile device system. And I'll stand for questions for this particular system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glenn, I don't have really anything particular about the project, except maybe just overall about the potential risks. I mean, we've seen several of these now, and it seems like I'm not sure that the agencies are grasping exactly what we're wanting as far as potential risk. I mean, at least in my mind, a lot of these are, like potential risk delay in procurement. I mean, okay, fine. I think what we're wanting to see is the potential risks of what does this touch and what could that possibly impact if things go wrong, things like that. So I'm not, I'm just maybe saying this for in the future.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I
And
mean,
for those that maybe are going to come in the future, in my opinion, I'd like to see a little bit more of a.
You're wanting less about project risk and more about business risk associated with it. So yeah, I mean,
So
so if you think about this particular system, obviously home health care services are part of a plan of care. So you do have to pull in the necessary data about who's receiving the care and who's delivering the care to be able to set up a verification service. So there certainly is some HIPAA covered information in the system. Well, I can't speak to the specific security that's being implemented here. I can speak to basically because we haven't actually procured a system yet. All the systems that we procure go there. We require that they go through essentially a KSO checklist, as it were, where they're required to comply with all the state of Kansas ITech policies for security. And we actually have a separate security questionnaire that we send to the vendor where we ask them technical configuration information, about how they're storing hash passwords, all, at a very detailed level that allows our technical staff to be comfortable with the level of security. And then, of course, the iTech security policy is really robust, and we use that and hold their feet to the fire to meet that. And in fact, that's one of the in order to get your foot into the door to bid, you have to agree to meet all of those requirements as well.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind for future presentations.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that because I look back at, let's just talk about the driver's license fiasco of several years ago. I mean, that was, it touched so many different things once it went live, and it was just a mess. And and then we had to deal with constituents not being able to, do certain things. And so I think that's, in my mind, that's some of what we'd like to see is that maybe it's maybe it's you relaying to us that you understand. I mean, you probably know it already, but that you understand, so that we understand that you understand that it touches these sort of things. If that makes sense, I know that's a lot of understandings, but
that is the challenge with modern IT is you interconnect all these systems so you can share data seamlessly, so that you're relying on the system of record for the most accurate data. But the fact that you're allowing it to touch all of these systems means each one of those touch points has to maintain security at the level of the core system, or else you're introducing overall weakness. And it's a technical design challenge, and everybody struggles with it. But like I said, we try to fall back on the iTech requirements for security, as well as engaging our technical people. So as you say, they're comfortable with the level of security, because I mean, when they start talking password hashing and things like that, that's over my head. But I trust their technical capabilities, so if they're comfortable with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Hoffman. Just to follow up on that, I think we kind of want some of the project risks along with the business risk, because like if it's something's going to get delayed because of procurement and maybe we miss a timeline to get a grant, we'd like to know that as well as the business risk along with it. I think you understand that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Any further questions? Next problem.
All right. MEQC, Medicaid Quality Control. The MEQC unit is the primary audit group within the Medicaid agency. And they not only perform independent audits on, under their agency, as it were. They are also kind of the state representatives of Medicaid audit requirements, and they're not insignificant. So you've probably heard of like PERM, okay, payment error rate. Those numbers originate with the MEQC unit performing internal interrogation of how the agency is doing, and they pass that information along to CMS through their shared audit function. And so they have a very important role. The purpose of this system is to assist them in performing those functions. They review and audit federal and state eligibility policies and processes and report to CMS and to the directorate of the agency on how that's doing. They currently have a hodgepodge of desktop tools, some Access database, some SQL Service database, some Excel spreadsheets. And the intent here is let's get them real tools to do this job. It's not insignificantly complicated because, believe it or not, Medicaid doesn't always ask for the same things. So you don't really know how they're going to approach an audit until they tell you that year. And so these folks have to be pretty nimble, and therefore the tool has to be nimble to support that. But part of the challenge is that the people who wrote the original tools, they are long beyond the agency. And so we need a systematic tool set that they can use that isn't dependent on particular skill sets to keep running. Obviously, the goal, reduce error rates, improve our federal audit scores, and ultimately then to reduce any improper payments for Medicaid. As I said earlier, both teams, they're currently using internally developed tools. These are kind of cult of personality tools. The person who wrote them knew exactly what they wanted, but they're not fully documented kinds of things. I don't know if you've ever worked with experts in like auditing and things like that, but they know exactly how they want to approach a problem. They craft a tool to do that, but it's not necessarily the same process that an IT shop would go through to create a tool. So the tool that they currently use, it's administratively cumbersome, and it doesn't generate the kind of vertical reporting that we need to ensure that the entire agency leadership is informed about how the agency is actually doing. Estimated cost for it, for planning, $24,000 plus. Once again, this is a enhanced funding project, so CMS is paying 90% of the freight on it. The implementation is expected to come in at around 1.3 million. And you can see, if you look at the breakout between internal and external dollars, we are spending significant internal resources to do this, and that is because the MEQC units, they are the ones that are experts at what they need. So we really need them intimately involved to make sure that the requirements as they're developed will ultimately meet the needs. Milestones, this is a project that is underway. The phase 3 design has begun just now. Phase 1 training starting with a go live in December. So they're very excited about that. And then in 2023, phase 2 go live, and then phase 3 go live and project completion in the middle of the year. This is, in terms of risk, in terms of business risk, relatively low here. Typically, audit units work with anonymized, de-identified data. They're not looking at individual Medicaid recipients beyond using that information to determine whether a claim was fairly paid or fraudulently paid. Once that data gets rolled up, it's anonymous. So, and the tool is in-house, so to speak. It's only used by our auditors. That isn't a tool that's shared outside the agency. So we anticipate, even though they're requiring them to meet all the same security requirements of iTech, that the risk to the information is relatively low. The potential risks to the project are, as I explained, this is a complex set of requirements, because when you ask an auditor, an MEQC auditor, well, what is your requirement? It's like, well, it depends. And if you've ever done the IT work, you know that it depends, or sometimes, or every once in a while is a very difficult requirement to code to. But that's what we're attempting to do. The vendor is the Public Consulting Group. We have seen some turnover with them. That's made this more challenging. And it's also made more challenging the defect resolution timeline that we're dealing with. So that is that project. We're excited to get these done. They're not big projects, but they're important projects. So with that, I'll stand for any questions that folks have.
Questions? See, none. Thank you, Glenn.
All right, thank you. Didn't fall asleep once.
We're quite a bit ahead of schedule. I'm going to see if are we ready for the presentation on the 184th? If you're ready, if not, we can move on to the agenda and come back at 14:52.
I could sit here longer, sir. It's fine.
You're fine.
No, I'm certainly ready. Absolutely.
Appreciate you coming up.
Certainly.
It's just a second to get the presentation up, and
Absolutely.
then we'll state your name. We'll be ready to go.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Dave Carpenter, and on behalf of the 184th Wing, am I up? There we go. All right. On behalf of the 184th Wing and the 184th Cyber Operations Group, good afternoon. I am here to give you an overview. A couple weeks ago, I had the chance to brief the Kansas's first cyber summit put on by Mr. Maxon and crew, and they thought it would appropriate to talk about the capabilities of the cyber operations group that is right here resident in Kansas. For those that don't know, we're members of the Kansas Air National Guard. We're the wing out of Wichita, Kansas, and primarily a one-of-one capability across the entire nation. So thought it important for the members here to hear that. So just as an overview, no good military briefing starts without a mission vision slide. So that's a lot of words to say. We deliver freedom of action for the users across the Air National Guard, not just here in Kansas. We integrate our cyber capabilities through the 299th Network Operations Squadron, the 127th Cyber Operations Squadron, and the squadron that I am in command of, the 177th Information Aggressor Squadron. So what I'll do is give an overview briefly of those three squadrons and then talk about the folks that make up those organizations. The 299th Network Operations Squadron is essentially the enterprise management solution for the entire Air National Guard. They are one of one for the Guard. They service 92 Air National Guard wings at 146 locations, basically serving 104,000 Air National Guardsmen in 54 states and territories. However, they are also critical failover for the Air Force. So at any given time, all 400,000 members of the Air Force, their network utilization may be traversing through Wichita. And they manage, what's the number, 85,000 different assets on their networks. 127th Cyber Operations Squadron, we call this a Cyber Vulnerability Analysis and Hunt Squadron. They are a mobilized organization called a Cyber Protection Team. Their entire focus is to go out onto military networks and identify vulnerabilities on those networks, help the local defenders to secure those vulnerabilities, but also to seek out indicators of compromise and hunt adversaries on those networks. So looking, I don't know how many folks here are hunters or have experience hunting, but when you go out into the woods, you're looking for those indicators that there might be an animal there, or you're going to a place where you know an animal might go, somewhere where they might drink, right? So the cyber protection team works to identify those critical centers of gravity for the mission partners that we work on and work with, and say, what is the mission, or what are the network systems and applications that make that mission go? So less concerned with email, more concerned with mission planning and service, service for aircraft, or aircraft maintenance systems, things like that. So essentially, the way they work is they work under a hunt, clear, detect, and respond. So they're constantly circling a. They get targeted on something. They hunt for that network. They clear any indicators. They protect it, and they secure it, and then they validate that they've done that. Okay. They mobilize on once every 5 years. So they're about to go in the bucket here in March. They will be federalized as part of what we call 856 Cyber Protection Team. They mobilize for 6 months, and then they'll come off and then hand that off to another state that does the same mission. There are 12 states that support this mission. And the one that's most near and dear to my heart, I'm the commander of the 177th Information Aggressor Squadron. We're another one of one squadron in the Air National Guard and one of two in the Air Force. There are 12 organizations across the Department of Defense that perform red team activities. We are a national security agency and United States Cyber Command certified and accredited to act as aggressors across the DoD. So we look like, act like, and feel like the bad guy aggressing a network. The best job in the world, because I run a team of conmen, burglars, and hackers to make the DoD better. So we are doctrinally tasked to do three things: know the threat, replicate the threat, and then teach the threat. Okay. So what we do is, with a group of intelligence support folks, understand first who the threat actors might be and what they're interested in. And then when we get targeted on a particular mission partner who doesn't know we're coming generally, we then say, all right, what does that threat actor, what are they interested in that particular mission? And then we work to emulate that threat and use our cyber operators to emulate that threat and run against that mission partner so that they can see what it looks like and work to identify what does a real bad guy look like when they're attacking our network. It's the best job on the planet, by the way. So I want to kind of talk a little bit about who are the personnel that make up what we do. So as you know, Air National Guardsmen, the vast majority of us have real jobs, right? 1 week in a month, 2 weeks out of the year is the thing that we've been hearing for forever. About 85% of our folks, are out there in industry every day, and most of them are doing cyber operations in their real jobs. And then they come to us and they learn what we do in the military, and they take that back to their industry, and we're learning what they're doing in industry and bringing that back to us. So, pardon me while I look at the screen, but I want to walk through the career fields that make up our squadrons. 1 Delta 7s, that's our cyber defense operators. Those are the folks that do the actual network management and the infrastructure management, and run and maintain our environments. Okay. Out in the real world, you might call those a network architect or a design and database admin or a network manager. Our 1 Bravo 4s are our cyber warfare, or our network warfare operations folks. They do host analysis and defense and network analysis and the actual threat hunting. My folks in the aggressor side, these are our actual aggressors that are doing the penetration testing. Out in the real world, information security analysts or managers, pen testers, vulnerability analysis, digital forensics examiners, those sorts of things. And then from Intel support, we have all source intelligence, and then we have cyber intelligence focus folks. Again, those folks are focused on fusing the cyber threats and capabilities of our adversaries with our capabilities to defend. Out there in the real world, these are our security operations analysts. They are financial experts. They are forensics analysts, financial systems analysts, that sort of stuff. And then finally, in the leadership perspective, we've got 17 Sierras, cyber operations officers, and 14 INS, which are our intel folks. Again, doing that planning, coordination, and leadership, executing the mission from a leadership perspective, identifying targets, doing the higher level analysis. Again, chief information security officers, business operators, program managers, security operations center managers, things like that. Okay, this is my favorite slide. It kind of goes back to our citizen soldier mindset. This is just a smattering of the many companies that the members of our cyber operations group actually work for in their day-to-day jobs. So talking about our capabilities and how we could be leveraged by the state or by organizations out or industry, we can provide a capability of that you see there on the left side: system security standards, compliance, exercise support, vulnerability analysis and assessment, defense assessments and providing that active network defense, forensics analysis, as well as network security and security analysis, and doing some of the penetration testing. It's a capability that is available. We're working very hard with the state, Mr. Maxon and crew, to develop our domestic operations concept of operations, how we might be able to be resources available to the state. Right now, the way that would occur is the agencies have to go through the Attorney General and through the governor, and they get tasked from the tag down to us, the state adjutant general, down to request our support. Okay. Right now, legislative limitations, I believe, or our limited authorities really exist on actually bringing us to bear to be able to assist with actual defense. So what are some of the things that we can provide though is, our equipment does exist. It's approved for dual use. So both a federal mission and a domestic mission. Training disparity there is maybe a misnomer. It's familiarity breeds the ability to train and defend together and work together. So that building collaborations, things like the Kansas Cyber Summit, working with peers in industry, working with peers in agencies around the state, will enhance the effectiveness of all of us, make us all better. Again, from a facilities perspective, if we were to be brought to bear to respond or to provide training to a network incident out there in the state, we would need some footprint, right, to be able to connect to networks, and we would need power and things like that. Some of that we can provide through the MEOC and things, but also we'd be able to co-locate on most every network with the tools and equipment that we have. But right now, again, on the authorities, this is the big limb fact. There's not an avenue that's direct for state agencies to request direct support from the Air National Guard for us to be able to provide domestic operations, information technology services, like right now, where you most familiar with guardsmen responding in the event of a tornado or filling sandbags for a flood. A cyber incident is a similar incident. It is a similar emergency incident sometimes, and we have a good number of folks that are available with the knowledge, skills, and experience to bring that to bear. Okay, that is my last slide. So pending your questions, Mr. Chairman and the committee, that's all I have.
Any questions? Senator Holland.
Thank you for being here. So I'm curious, what have you done as far as hardening or testing out local unit of government or state systems as far as cybersecurity?
No, sir. Nothing, sir. There has not been the request for that. We certainly are able to do that. I think that probably the best that we would be able to provide right now is training or over the shoulder observation and guidance. At some point with, through proper taskings and the acceptance of risk of us actually getting onto those networks, we could provide that training. There are other states that do, but at this time, we have not done anything.
So when everybody and their brother was ripping off the state of Kansas, filing fraudulent, you've done anything?
Sir, I'm not familiar with that. I don't know that I would be able to answer that smartly and sanely without getting fired. So I don't know the answer to that, sir.
It's supposed to be a sensitive question. I was just trying to figure out in what types of scenarios you interact. And
so, sir, I think I could probably better answer your question. And there are other states that have used their cyber operations forces in response to ransomware attacks against their hospitals or defending their network infrastructure against denial of service attacks during protests and uprisings, things like that. Other states have used their guard forces for that. And that's absolutely the knowledge, skills, and abilities exist within the guard to be able to bring that to bear. It's really a question of how do you get to us and get us tasked on those sorts of things.
can I ask you based on maybe a simple research request? If it's too out of scope, don't worry about it. But
sure.
I mean, Kansas obviously wasn't the only state. I mean, every state just got totally humbled by fraudulent UI claims. So my question would be: are you aware of anywhere in the United States where a unit similar to your composition maybe went to help state governments battle that? And I guess my second question would be: we've been you're aware how concerned are about cybersecurity issues here. Would you have any proposals to come back before the committee? Say, hey, maybe here's some things we could do for the state of Kansas.
For your first question, sir, I'd absolutely take that as homework, and Senator Holland, I'd be glad to respond to that. We'll work through the Ledge office to get you a response on that. As for proposals, I think that we can provide certainly some best practices and what our, again, if you look down our list of capabilities on a slide, I think we could bring any of those things to bear should the need arise, and we'd be glad to talk to you about it offline.
I guess my third question would be when you talk about basically, when you go out and hunt, the digital force to hunt, is there a particular type of quote unquote cyber terrorist you're looking for? I mean, are you focused more just on international bad actors, or could this be anybody, domestic and foreign? You just basically take all comers.
That's a great question.
Is that all? I mean, all political, all gaming scenarios. Do you handle them all?
So for our cyber vulnerability analysis and hunt team, they are working with industry providers as well as the DoD, NSA, three-letter agencies for identifying indicators of compromise for all comers. Many of those indicators of compromise are aligned to known nation-state actors, whether those are specific countries or what we would call the advanced persistent threat groups of folks that have come together to pursue particular ends. I don't know that when we're specifically hunting for those actors, we really care where they're located as long as we can get them out. Once we identify that they're there, we work very closely to identify who they are and what are the other, where else might they be, and what their intentions might be based on what threat actor they are. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. No, I appreciate your response. Thank you. I mean, I just think of things like January 6th that just no clue those types of scenarios were out there. That has now happened.
Right.
Okay. And, as a legislator, from a security perspective, I think we need to be concerned about all bad people, foreign and domestic. And quite honestly, my risk tolerance is getting less. I'm more concerned about, I guess, domestic at this point, as far as I have my state of Kansas hat on. I'm just kind of curious, when you periodically review your mission or discuss scope or your strategic objectives, has there been any internal discussions? You probably can't tell me, so that's like, but has there been any maybe like a focus on worrying about domestic terrorist operations in this country, specifically trying to maybe destabilize state or local units of government, particularly like law enforcement?
From our perspective, from a network defender perspective, a threat actor is a threat actor. What their intentions are and how they operate really isn't much different. The information that they're after, or the information that they're looking to, manipulate, might be different. And there's going to be some question on actually how do you approach that. But to answer your question most directly, there has not been a conversation around domestic threat actors versus uh, foreign threat actors in the Kansas Air National Guard. I think that conversation is happening in the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure, Security Agency, those sorts of organizations, and the multi-state ISACs. They're having those conversations more readily than we are.
Okay, it just seems to me like from a national security asset standpoint, civil whatever's, that would be more your traditional federal purview, what you guys would be interested in, military sites, all that stuff. But as you turn to domestic, more like election systems, customer facing systems from state local units, I mean, particularly like law enforcement systems, communication systems,
Sure.
there would be different targets. And so I would assume there'd be different places in the forest you want to go look, depending upon who you're looking for.
100%. I think your assessment is correct, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, thank you for being here. So are you mostly, since you're the Kansas National Guard, are you mostly working just with Kansas, the Kansas networks, or are you helping the Air Force as a whole? I mean, which are you doing?
So
All the above, or?
All the above.
Okay.
And the way the National Guard works is we have a federal mission and we have our state mission. Primarily, due to the way we have been tasked, we've been primarily focused on supporting and defending our federal mission, particularly through the 299 NOS. That's providing network infrastructure for the entire Air National Guard, so all the states and territories, as well as the 177th. We get tasked across the DoD. Now, the cyber vulnerability analysis and hunt folks, they exist in a training status in Title 32 until they get federalized. We have not been called to bear to do network analysis, network security on any state of Kansas owned networks, systems, or applications to date.
So your group is unique across the United States.
Correct. There are 3 cyber operations groups in the U.S. One in Maryland, one in Kansas, and one in the state of Washington. And a group in the Air Force infrastructure is 3 or more squadrons come together to make a group. There are 3 groups, like I said, in those 3 states. And then there are 12 cyber operations squadrons scattered throughout the rest of the country that serve the specific mission. But we are fairly unique. The two of our squadrons are one of one in the Guard, and like the NOS is one of 3 across the entire Air Force, and the aggressor squadron is one of 2 across the Air Force.
Okay, great. I'm always happy when we're unique.
We are, and lots of great work gets done by our professionals, and I'm extremely proud of all of them.
So where does the Fusion Center fall into all of this? Is that what you're talking? So we're not talking about the Fusion Center when you're talking about all this.
That is correct.
Yeah,
that is correct. So the state J6, who is the commanding or the communications person for the Guard, works in the Fusion Center and has a staff there. They communicate to support Guard networks and Guard facilities, and then communicate and be able to respond from an emergency management perspective. But we're not directly tied in from our organizations to those. We do that through our cyber operations group commander, Colonel David Hewlett, who is the prior state J6.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work. Appreciate being here.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate your question.
Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, in the group, how many people do you have that are full time, and how many are weekend guardsmen?
So we have, between the three squadrons, we have 350 personnel. Of those, let me do some quick math. We have maybe 75 who are full time. So my squadron, just to use as an example, 72 total personnel, and I have 17 full time personnel. And the cyber operations squadron, the 127th, is similarly formed with a 19 or 17 personnel and 52 full timers.
All right, thanks.
Absolutely.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony and presentation. I have a couple of questions, actually. First off, how would we apply for a state agency or state entity to be looked at?
That's a great question. And so we're working through the domestic operations concept of operations right now. The way it currently works is the agency head would need to go through the attorney general, who would make a request of the governor, who would then ask the tag to make that work. That is the way I understand it to work.
Can we, Mr. Chairman, a little leeway, can we change that because they are in denial that they have an issue? And I can verify that they do have an issue. But they won't look at it. So how can I get you to look at that entity?
I think that's probably going to be a better question. The legislative vehicle for tasking us, that's outside of my pay grade. I think we could probably answer that one offline. There we go. Hey, man.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, yes, they can get back. And Representative, your suggestion, I totally agree with it.
Mr. Chairman, if we could get our staff to look and see what the statutes say and where we can, might need to change statutes to look at it.
That would be great. Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. How many, I'm excited about this. I hope that you can take a look at these entities because our security and our protection is critical more than ever. And I would ask, how many employees are you at risk of losing based on the possible COVID vaccine mandates that are coming down or that have been, and thankfully they have not been implemented yet?
Employees I couldn't speak to our civilian employees that work for the NOS. I know that there are a number of folks who have requested religious accommodation requests. I don't know what the total number for the wing is.
So I've heard that it's still in flux for the National Guard, and it's really concerning. I keep getting calls from constituents, friends, family, and they're in limbo. They've been told they're going to lose their job. They're still working, thankfully. And I'm concerned if these mandates are implemented and actually carried out, that you could lose critical IT people that are very difficult to replace to begin with.
It's a fair concern. Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Honestly, ma'am, that's a decision certainly well above the Kansas Air National Guard.
Who would be making that decision?
That decision gets made through the Director of Air National Guard. And through the Director of the Air National Guard is the person that's making the determination.
If you could convey at least mine, I don't want to speak for the committee, but my concerns that we cannot lose employees because of that, especially in this critical time that we're in with our security and our vulnerabilities with IT and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Appreciate that, ma'am.
Any further questions? While we're looking into items, we would like to probably look into see if there's a way that we could legislate what the statutes would say for us to have them deployed to help on a ransomware attack. We've had the courts almost shut down in one of our large counties, and it's caused some issues. And guard response.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely have the capability to do that. Other states have used that. I think that we're getting there and we're working on that vehicle, but I do think that there's a legislative limitation.
We need to work on that. Senator Holland.
Expound on that, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we have our new security officer here. Not to put him or the agency on Department of Administration on the spot, but I think it'd be worth to have a conversation to have him or whoever those folks that he's representing get together with this gentleman's group. Maybe do an identification of what are the possible areas of interest they may be able to help us bulletproof things.
So, Mr. Maxim.
So good afternoon again, Chairman, members of the committee. So we are actively engaged with the group. I'm actually a former member of the 184, so I have some ins and have been working on this for some time. And his boss used to be one of my bosses at one point in time. So, but a lot of the challenges I think too is also, you know, as I mentioned, legislatively and again, speaking from my civilian side, the way we bring them to bear. So a lot of times a state of emergency has to be declared to pull folks into a state active duty. They can't operate from federal funding to provide services directly at the state. So that Title 10 or Title 32, there's some gray area on Title 32, but the way a lot of states are doing is they have folks on what's called state active duty. In a lot of cases, that is during a state of emergency. Some states have set aside some pots of money so they can fund and pay for folks to be on state active duty. And that's one of the biggest hurdles that we're looking at.
Representative Curtis and Senator Holland, and we'll go to Representative Curtis.
I'll be real quick. So just so I understand, is what you're saying is that we have to be in some sort of state of emergency before we can implement these resources, or what?
In our current model, I believe that is the case. Now, some other states, again, have said, we like to look at the state of North Carolina. They're very advanced in this program where they have actually set money aside for their version of the central IT organization that pays for folks through the Guard to be on state active duty to do assessments of counties and things like that.
We maybe look at some ways to make that more flexible so we can engage if we decide to.
100% agree.
Thank you.
So, and I will add too, one of the things we do is we do actually have an MOU in place for my office to do like joint training with them as well. And so I've done joint training with the National Guard with myself and some of my folks as well. So, and we're looking to expand on that as well. So we're making progress. So.
Excellent. Thank you for your addition. Representative Curtis.
I'll just build on thank you, Mr. Chairman, from the question. That was the same line of questioning I was going to have from Senator Holland. Can we, I don't even know if you know this answer, but can we declare a state of an emergency for a ransom cyber attack? I mean, is that possible in our emergency management? Can the governor or can somebody declare a state of an emergency if we've had like a major, I don't know, and then that would activate that? It's just a question. I don't know who has that answer.
If you'd like to come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Janet Dial. I am the Air National Guard, or the Army and Air National Guard Director of IT. So I oversee both Army and Air side, and I help develop this domestic response to cyber situations. So what we need is some clear legislation. Obviously, different panel members here are seeing a need. We realize how important cyber is to everything that we do. Now, what does that mean? You're gonna have to define what declaring an emergency is. Is there loss of life? Is there loss of limb? Are people going to suffer? We oftentimes refer to it, is it an F5? Did an F5 come through that community and make that kind of damage where we had to call up soldiers and airmen to respond? And then you have to prioritize, what is that need? Do we do state agencies first and then local municipalities? How do we rank that? And how long do they get to keep us? What are we there for? Forensics? Is this illegal? Because if it's a crime, you don't want your military personnel involved in that criminal investigation or putting their hands on that evidence. You're going to want to call in KBI or FBI for something like that.
So the states that are perhaps able to mobilize their cybersecurity teams or whatever, I may not be using the right language, but are able to mobilize to help in that kind of like a cybersecurity or a ransom attack. what do they focus on when they do mobilize? Because I understand, I hear you, they don't focus on the investigative part. So what help do they provide?
Oftentimes what they'll do is just try to stabilize the environment, try to save records and information the best they can, try to get them back up online. If it's ransomware, then it's likely locked down, or try to come up with alternate ways, work with their IT team. A lot of times these subject matter experts like Lieutenant Colonel Carpenter and his team, the different teams we can call up, will actually be advisors to that local IT area and just kind of help them over the shoulder, give them ideas on how they can at least stop the threat, stabilize that environment, and then try to recover from there however the best they can.
If there was something like that in place when my county had their major, that would have been so helpful.
Yeah. So we're working with OITS. If I could talk about your grant a little bit. So they are working on and have been able to receive $2.8 million from Homeland Security. It is a grant that they put in for. And I know that Jeff Maxson could speak to it much better than I can. But this first year, they are going to be working on building the planning committee and how OITS can kind of be that overarching umbrella, if you will, for all the different municipalities, agencies out there so that we can all be on the same page. One person's IT department in this county is not the same as maybe Sedgwick County, right? They're two different and maybe they have better cybersecurity capabilities. So I think this is a good way to educate all of our counties, all of our businesses that integrate with us for those critical priorities we talked about, maybe water, nuclear, those kind of things. We'll start to prioritize what type of security they're going to need to go forward, because not every county is the same. And so we don't want to be called in every time somebody didn't want to spend the money on securing their network. Agreed?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to thread this needle as soon as possible, and waiting on legislation may not be the most proactive. I ironically just got a text of somebody telling me a gaping hole in security on a Kansas system. And I am very concerned of, well, we had an individual arrested from KU. You guys know that the background was not in the best interest of the United States. This is critical and very time sensitive. I think we need to thread that needle as soon as possible. I'll make myself available to do whatever we need to get it going, not just to wait on legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Holland.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just one thing real quick. I think it would be helpful maybe is if, Jeff, now that he's on board and he's obviously up to speed on getting there on our security posture, at least needs of the state, the local units. What might be kind of interesting is maybe some recommendations from you, Jeff, as far as, when these types of services are appropriate, for maybe what types of systems, networks, whatever, versus say what the private sector, what they all do. Maybe some recommendations on how to view this, because while there's probably some overlap, you probably have some real strong suits and some various things that would probably outshine the private sector. I'm assuming vice versa. So depending upon our application portfolios, you may want to look at deploying a couple different things, right? At least, and I'm more concerned about getting a proactive posture in place and not waiting till after the fact. So, does that make sense at all? I mean, just
yes, sir, it does, and absolutely, and that's the whole thing is we're looking at a whole perspective of things. So a lot of the big things they talk about, education is a big educating folks, us, localities, private industry, and so I know they do a lot of outreach as well. And so how do we continue to start connecting people? And again, that was kind of one of the goals of our summit is to start making those connections, get people talking, understand what we have available. Not, I mean, there's things we find out that the universities are doing, for example, that they've been doing it for years, and I found out 6 weeks ago type thing. And so how do we start pulling that out? And again, it's the relationship building. But from that other, and then assessments and finding, as we go through this grant process and building that plan I mentioned earlier, identifying those gaps, how we can fill it with resources. Again, I'd love to keep funding in Kansas and not go outside of Kansas to find, the big vendors that are doing some of this work. We can keep things in Kansas. That's win-win for everybody. So how do we line that up? That's what our ultimate goal is.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps I'm getting a little bit ahead of us. Just a reminder, though, we have seen staff doing some amazing things, taking the direction that we've given them, like with training, doing the cybersecurity outreach to our local units of government. But we have to remember that this is a fee-funded agency and that we are asking them to do over and beyond what we are actually providing them the capacity to do. And as we keep adding on more things, it just kind of resonated with me when Secretary Burns Wallace was talking about how there are other states that are taking part of their funding for security and not making that all part of fees. So I'm just wondering, when we get to our discussion point, if we shouldn't keep this in mind and talk about, do we need to make a recommendation that maybe we fund the cybersecurity, or at least part of that cybersecurity piece, differently, so that we're not asking all of these agencies to fund stuff where we're asking staff now to help local units of government. Well, our agencies are funding all of that work. So anyway, like I said, I'm maybe getting a little bit ahead of our discussion, but I just think that while that came up, we need to keep in mind that we are asking them to do a whole lot more than what they're receiving from the agencies to do. And we need to build that capacity because I think it's important.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate you coming up from the great 28th Senate District. Thank you. Well, committee, now's the time to get our discussion for our recommendations and to our report. I'll start right off the bat. We'll recognize Representative Curtis.
Well, I mean, I put that one out there, just, the funding aspect. I think that would be something that we need to think about, but just to kind of go down quickly by list and then let everybody else kind of chime in. But we definitely need to get back on the legislation that we didn't get over the finish line last year. I think that was, very well thought out. We thought we were on a good path, and it's too bad that didn't get over, because I think that will change some things for us. So
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we strengthen our language on that, demonstrating the proviso, how it has helped the process and how important the legislation. We've demonstrated through the proviso that these changes are needed. Thank you.
caught me off guard here. I'm looking at my list. I think I'll pause there, let everybody else. I'll look at my list. I know I had another one here, but I'll have to find it.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to talk about the legislation, but I think that's something we definitely need to. I think we also need to just reiterate hopefully the Department of Education is starting to get the memo, but I think we still need to reiterate in our report that we would like to see the Department of Education put more emphasis on security and helping the districts with their IT and security needs. I think we've had that in the past, and so I think it's.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a clarification or ask you as a question when it relates to the bill that you guys were working on last session. Is the intent here for you guys to introduce that bill as a committee that's sponsored by this joint committee, or are you wanting to work, between the chair and vice chair to introduce it in your own chambers?
I think we can just reintroduce it from this committee.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we find direction. That was part of the problem. It ended up in Ways and Means or committees that didn't understand how critical this issue is. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, that we make sure that we help guide it through the process in committees that will help elevate the issue.
Senator Holland.
Let's run it through tax.
Senator Holland.
No, I'm not being totally tongue in cheek there, but we can do that. Yeah. So and I apologize to the committee because I think at our last quarterly meeting, we started getting into discussion of the mechanics as far as what would stop or slow a project for a year or whatever. And before we just take the existing legislation and dump it off, I'd like to review that as a group one more time here. There was an example, and once again, I was not here in person with the last quarterly. I was listening to it over the WebEx, but I think there was discussions. Sorry, it could be like basically tremendous amounts of risk as far as maybe just dollars or type of solution or whatever. But when you look at the other categories, if they're relatively benign, it basically lowers the overall rating. So nothing, happens to it. And to me, if we're going to put in a scheme that tries to identify, those projects we really need to keep a additional set of eyes on, I don't think we want to have a scoring mechanism that is going to tend to water it down. I would suggest, however we set this up, that we have a scoring mechanism, say maybe have 5 or 6 different risk areas. And if it clicks the switch or trips the flag at any one of these, then it's like, yeah, it's high risk. And I really don't care about the rest of them because this, for this consideration or purpose, has my attention. So, and I guess, I know it's been a while, and I do not, and I was very much happy to see that constitutional question go down. I do not want to get in the situation where the legislature is trying to micromanage the executive branch on doing its work. Okay. And so, but I guess what I want to do is just through that legislation, at least give us a voice to, the IT powers that be to at least say, hey, we've got some concerns. And at the end of the day, if they don't want to take those into consideration, I mean, I'm not looking for powers to say, no, you can't do the project the way you want to. But I do want to have the ability to go on record and have in meeting minutes a place where I or anybody else in this committee, if they got a real concern about the way a project is being, scoped out, the way it's, being planned, whatever methodology, I want us to be able to get on record and say, we told you so. I don't necessarily need to have the power to shut down what that's doing, but I want to have the ability of where we had a chance to go to the project sponsors, the powers that be, and say, look, we have these concerns. And I want to be sure that is just done in a very transparent manner. So anyway, I'm not trying to derail that. I want to support the legislation, but I don't want to be cumbersome with the administration. But just we need to have the ability to go on record and say we have these problems. I want to get those noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that was what we were trying to thread that needle really close in that with that legislation, because we worked with Secretary D'Angelo a lot for her helping us kind of find the place in the whole scheme of things where it didn't necessarily slow down the process to a crawl, but it stopped it just enough that kind of in a process where it was already stopped, where we could look at it. If there's maybe there's a better way, I'm not sure, but I will say she did help us quite a bit with that, and I do understand what you're talking about with the risk management, because we talked about that quite a bit in the last meeting, and maybe there is some changes we could do to in the legislature to make sure that we get the risk that management that we want. I'm not sure.
And once again, I'm coming from the perspective of, for most of the projects with the 7-day email, I'm totally cool with that. Okay. But when you have the really big projects like debacle with who over in Department of Revenue some years ago, and the proprietary systems and that whole thing, how that was lashed together. Okay. This KLS system, this has had problems ever since its inception. Okay. We just have certain of those big projects, and those are the ones before we get them onto the street in an RFP. I wanted this committee to be able to get together for a discussion and say, look, here are the issues we've got, and get that back to, Secretary Burns Wallace or whoever the secretary is, and go accordingly. And I am going to take this time to, and once again, committee, if I'm out of line here, just let me know. But just, I guess I was totally surprised about this KLS project being recompeted as far as this stuff coming up. I didn't realize, I have no idea what this recompete word. It sounds like there's a major rewrite or something of the system. I know of its new functions. I just know that we started with this system, over a decade ago. In my mind, it was bleeding edge technology we never should have gone on the path of. I've not heard a lot of, I just don't have the sense that over the project trajectory, the incumbent vendor has delivered stuff and got stuff resolved in a timely manner. Okay. And here today I found out, well, we're going to use the same dog and pony again. And I just don't know how big the scope this is or whatever. And if you guys were following that closely, that's fine. But this is what I look at this committee as being able to jump in and say something about, to avoid repeating, errors of the past. And if we're not going to do that, it's great to sit here and do gee whiz, but I think we're wasting our time and taxpayers' dollars. We can't afford to, anyway, I'll just stop it at that. But, I guess, and if people push back against me, but I guess I was hoping, and I realize the KLS doesn't come up through Department of Administration's turf, but I would still expect the other branches with those key projects that we give the same scrutiny that we do other things. And make no mistake, when you look at the overall project dollar value of KLS, it's nothing like, some of these monster multi-million dollar things. But I do know, I have talked, as many of you have, with the revisors downstairs, Gordon, people, who have had to, nurse and push that thing along, and all the backdoor tricks and stuff over the years they've had to figure out to do with the system just to get it to push out. Okay. And to me, it's just unacceptable that this committee was not involved in some sort of a post-mortem on that system to date. And we did not get some opportunity to weigh in as far as going forward with that baby.
We had a pretty good discussion on a presentation on this KLIS upcoming project back in November. And that's when we realized that we have Gordon, we have Corey Carnahan, Susan Kennard, and some of the people actually using it, the provisors and research on the steering committee, which is going to be the oversight committee for this project. I think having those people on there give the committee at that time a little more comfort than as much comfort as possible as you could have.
Please understand, I mean, Gord and those two, I mean, they know that system. They put their blood, sweat. I mean, they're great. And I take nothing, nothing away from them. I take nothing against our, IT team here for that branch. But I guess what I want to know is that I would just have liked to have been understood their thinking as far as like, okay, I mean, maybe you guys know, but I mean, I don't know how much of this is rework of the baseline versus how much of this is new functionality. Okay. I mean, and once again, I would have enjoyed a very healthy debate as far as why are we using the same team that did this originally? And just for full showing my cards here, I've been around long enough that I was back on this committee originally with some other group, I think it was when Don Heineman went. He was the project manager. And I mean, this was his baby. And my concerns from the get-go is that this was bleeding edge technology. This was the only company that could really help build this. And we were going to be stuck with these guys. And I'm not saying that's bad, but I've always been a proponent committee that government should never be bleeding edge on anything. It's just a waste of money. I felt the same way about this application. So my only point is that I would have loved to have gotten some insight from Gordon and his team and the IT function, for the legislature on their thinking about the go forward and what was the objectives and how they felt, how this was going to be more successful in the past. And I'm not saying they didn't make the right decision. What I'm beefing about is that we have enough input in that process. And if you and Representative Hoffman feel like you guys did, you're comfortable, that's fine. But I just don't feel like I really had a chance to weigh in because, I got hit with some of that flack and working with the folks downstairs trying to get some stuff. I want to be responsible.
I think all of us have been hit with some of that flack, with revisers and amendments and the frustration that you hear, and we're just trying to go forward.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate the comments and would have be in agreement. My take is a little bit different. I didn't see it as bleeding edge, but I saw a lot of single point of failures in the architecture. And my concern is you name some excellent groups and user stakeholders in the system, but legislators and the public are not a part of that in that input. And we depend on that system to be able to track legislation. So I have grave concerns, and I appreciate the senator's comments. I hope we're not setting we have to do everything we can not to set ourselves up to be in the situation we were in, especially when that system was impacting the legislative process. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further recommendations to work on, or do we want to? Did that get enough for you to refine that? We're going to simplify that down and send it out to email.
So let me ask this question. Just where are they in the state of the negotiations of the contract between Propelon and this new pile of work?
Mr. Chairman, as I reported, the contract was signed last month by the chair of the LCC.
So maybe, Mr. Chairman, a possible recommendation would be maybe at our next quarterly meeting where we could get a detailed presentation by the LCC on what this project is, better understand the scope of work, and the decisions that they made and why they made them.
The LCC be appropriate, or we need to have Alan and his team scope?
Well, I mean, that's true too, but I guess, somebody LCC signed off on this, they bought it. I want to know what they're thinking. Because quite honestly, I think we should have had some input to the LCC, before they, signed off.
Fair enough.
Or am I out of,
we can ask for whatever we want to ask for.
No, I mean, is that an inappropriate way to look at this? The LCC they're the customer. They bought it. At the end of the day, they signed it. So I'd like to know from them, and not to put them on the spot, like to make them feel defensive. I'd like to get an update on the project scope. Actually, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get an update on the project as of prior to the new scope of work, how much they've spent. Okay, I'd like to understand basically the list of outstanding issues. And then I'd like to know, what is the new scope of work that they just sold you? How are you going to go about accomplishing that? What's your methodology? And tell me once again, why are you using the same vendor? Give us, like Senator Tyson was saying, give us a sense that it's not going to be the same old radio.
We'll have to have staff work on this presentation.
Does that sound appropriate to the committee, though? I mean, you all may feel differently, and you may feel it's not warranted. But that, to me, is a project that was just.
That's one that affects every person that's in here. So I think it's one that we always put a little extra time into to look at and find out what's going on.
But to me, that was a thing that, yes, it affects me, but it's more just, hey, I use it. That to me is a system that's always had issues. And were never, in my mind, resolved on a timely basis when I think of normal startup, implementation, and post-op.
James?
So maybe a better way would be to task Alan to get this information from wherever he needs to get it, be it from LCC, maybe to find out, what was there. I mean, you were probably in on some of those meetings, I'm sure, with, why did they go with the provolone? What were some of the discussions, and the things that the senator was asking about, and then have him come and present to us those, because I'm not sure we're going to get anything. LCC is starting in another or a couple months is going to be totally different than the LCC that made these decisions. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is let's task him to go. Let's find out this information. I agree with you 100%. I think part of the issue is if the legislation would have been in effect, then we would have had that information. But just like every other project that's been going through, we're getting it in the back end instead of up front. With the new proviso now, we're at least starting to get some, but this was done before all that. So I think we're moving in the right direction, but I agree. We need
I guess what
more information
is that we've been here for years with pretty much the same committee makeup. And until the proviso, nobody's had the deference or the wisdom or the foresight, maybe they don't need to proactively include us on stuff. And if, we had an unblemished track record of systems implementation in this state, I would get that, but we don't. Now, as far as Alan goes, I assume then, if I can assume that Alan is the project manager for the new scope of work, and that if Alan also has been the project manager for the current system, then I'm sure Alan can, give, me at some point a level of comfort on the details where I can be comfortable. But, I'd like to be able to ask somebody some detailed project questions about the current app, and then separately what has been put out to bid with some historical dollars, as well as the amount, that's the new scope of work. And I just want to be able to ask some questions like that about functionality and, life expectancy for the technology and how this is going to be supported going forward. Are we still, relying on, propylon to keep maintaining this thing? At what point can we actually take ownership and cut the umbilical cord? And maybe it's not true. Maybe they usually don't want to do that. I don't know. But
Mr. Chairman, I can certainly provide any information about the project to the committee, and I'm available to meet with Senator Holland anytime to review how we've progressed, the decisions made in the LCC, the project scope, all that information, funding, everything.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would think after this discussion that we should add some language to our legislation from last year that new bids, rebids on contracts are presented in front of this committee, that we know in advance before that's occurring. Again, we don't want to micromanage, but we have to know that those steps that are going on. Otherwise, we don't catch this. I don't know if it went out for bid. I don't know if it was sole sourced. I don't know if they did a matrix to decide whether to try to find other off the shelf. All we know is that we've been told the contract's been signed and we're moving forward. So I'm not saying anything on your presentations, Alan. I know you've done a great job. I'm just trying to say, I think we need another line of language in the legislation that we know in advance, this committee. Otherwise, if we know hindsight, there's not much we can do. I mean, we could try to be heavy-handed and stop the contract. But if we know in advance and we're able to have input and review, then it could be a much more proactive for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have the proposal that you want to put into the recommendation?
I just want to know if the committee agrees with that or not. They may not agree with adding that language to the legislation.
Sounds like that was pretty much the goal of the legislation, trying to get us information ahead of time.
Yeah, and it's sad that we're going to have to spell it out to that micro detail. But even with the proviso, we didn't get that legislation. We didn't get that advance notice.
Do you have a question, Natalie?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to follow along to make sure I'm understanding what parts of like the legislation that you would want change to have drafted, because it's my understanding, I don't think you guys are scheduled to meet again before the session starts. And so we would have to kind of come to some consensus on what would be in this legislation. So the committee could leave that discretion up to the chair to review if there are tweaks that you guys decide that you want to make to it. But yeah, just trying to see what is actually, bill language that you're wanting changed.
Yeah, the problem, the problem with the proviso was that it was just kind of a last ditch effort to try to get something in there, because I could tell that we weren't going to get the bill passed. It stalled over in the Senate, and so the proviso is actually very, and the secretary said today, it's very generic compared to the changes that were done in the legislation. The legislation made some major changes to what projects we would see, things like that, and it was a lot more detailed. So I'm not, so I think that would, what you're asking for would be in there. I think, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Well, I don't, Mr. Chairman, if I'm just wondering if it could be interpreted as new projects only, not for rebid, that type of, the terminology today, active, just that word. Look how much time was spent on defining their terminology of active versus the general public's understanding.
Yeah.
So I'm just making sure that we've got that solidified, that we need this information in advance. And, you know,
I don't know if we want to put it into the, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you want to put it into the recommendation, or when the bill comes out, make sure that the committees can look at it and change it.
Either way, I'd be satisfied with that, Mr. Chairman.
And I guess that's where I'm kind of starting to think now is that I think maybe recommend that Alan could do a presentation at the next quarterly meeting. Okay, if Alan could get suited up and just bring us basically just history of the KLIS project from inception to current, and then with some dollar figures and just, you know, a sense of, you know, the issues list, the outstanding backlog, what was the timeframes of getting stuff resolved, and then talk about the scope of work. Then it was subsequently put out the competition process. And believe me, I understand, because I mean, this is, I mean, what Propylon did years ago, it's still proprietary technology. A lot of people don't do it. And so I'm not, once again, questioning on the face why they went with Propylon. I just wish that before they did this recompete, we could have been just had a heads up on this. And once again, the heads up to me is because this was a system that was rough from the standpoint of, you know, lots of adverse impact to our daily legislation and the people who use the system, not so much, but also then probably the overrun dollars schedule. And so back to legislation, Mr. Chairman, if he can give us some dollar parameters on maybe on this, you know, this, I mean, we got to be sure that if they're calling this a new project, that it's going to come up on the thing, because to me, it's not. I don't know if it's a massive rework, really fixing it right. Okay. I mean, is this really a case of we put on all these Band-Aids, now we're going to rip it off and just redo it? Or are we really building out new functionality and things like that? They're really not touching the core system. So I want to get a better sense of that. To the extent that I have a better sense of that, I think in the legislation, we can put in some things that will trip a flag.
Natalie, looking at the legislation from last year, is it rewrite or a can't remember what you called it, a redo, a rebid, or is it new? Is it too generic in that legislation or do you think it covers all of that? My only concern is that if we don't get it out quick, it's just going to get lost in the shuffle of the legislation, you know, the legislature year. So, but if you could answer that for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so in this particular instance, that project was put out as a request for proposals by the Legislative Coordinating Council. And there is a change that you guys are making in your statute in the bill here, that you would make recommendations on all such implementation plans, budget estimates, and then you're adding requests for proposals for information technology projects and 3-year plans. So, you know, but I guess the real question is how you guys make sure that you are receiving that information. And so that, you know, would obviously be through Alan as that goes on.
But that's spelled out in there too, isn't it? Kind of when the information is supposed to be given to us. And
yes, so there are kind of, I guess, two different requirements. The requirements that are on the CETOs, in this case, it would be like the legislative branch CETO, but then, you know, how you guys function as a committee, and do you guys want to put information in there about specifically how you receive that information, or on what projects are you interested in these new guidelines just for legislative branch projects, you know? So that would be, you know, you could make further changes there for how you get that information. But yes, there is an onus on the CETOs of all the branches in the bill on what they need to report on those projects going forward.
And so, question, Natalie. So, this legislation, it impacts the executive branch. Does it also spread? It impacts the legislative branch, but then not the attorney general. Is that right? Or are there some that are carved out? I was trying to remember. Does it include all of them?
Yeah, all the three branch CETOs will report to you in the same manner. And so to the extent that they have projects that meet that definition, then they're all going to be treated the same.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just, for the committee's sake, I thought our legislation was well thought out last year, and we spent a lot of time on it. So I am good with us proceeding. If we want to strengthen the language, I'm good with that too. I'm also good with saying today that once we have the bill drafted, that if you and Representative Hoffman want to review it and make sure that it has captured, I'm good with that as well, so that we can get this moving. I think it's important that we get it introduced early so that we can perhaps get it over the finish line this year.
Any thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Hoffman for having the foresight to put it in the proviso, because we wouldn't even be this far along. So, and I think the language does sound good. We can just go forward and then review it as it comes before us in committees and on the floor. I think we've got a good process in place. It's just KLIS obviously didn't get reported in the manner that we were expecting. So it was fine, but we'll move forward and try to get what we can taken care of.
So Natalie and James, do you have enough recommendation to present that legislation again? Yes, you can ask for clarifying questions.
So regarding the language for the introduction of legislation, it's going to be 2548 as amended by the House. Do we still want, Senator Tyson had recommended some additional language demonstrating the need for that based on the proviso language? Do you still want to contain, does the committee still want to have that contained within the recommendation?
I think that needs to be in the recommendation.
I think the intent was that it's the show.
The proviso has shown that
It's not to have the proviso language in it. It's just that there's a need for the legislation because of the process they've gone through this interim. And then regarding Senator Holland's request, is that to be contained within the report as an actual line item in the recommendation, or is that just a direction to Alan to do when we're planning the next JCIT meeting?
Asking me if Alan just at the next quarterly, if we can do, he can give us a deep dive on.
that can just be
Just
Schedule committee out here, have a discussion, and then I can go back and apply to what we're trying to push through the legislature and make sure it all works.
Okay. Clear on Representative Hoffman's, and then so we're just going to go with the base bill, and then,
yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Then we had the other recommendation on looking into utilizing the National Guard and what other states have done. Alan.
Mr. Chairman, while we're looking at the statutes, I have three other recommendations if the committee would entertain.
That's what we're here for today.
All right. The ITech statute, it was modified a few years ago to include legislative members on the ITech Council. And it says in the statute that those should be specifically recommended from certain committees on both the House and Senate side. One of the House committees no longer exists. There is a successor committee there, but it did create some confusion with leadership on how they would assign people to ITech. So my recommendation would be to take out the committee requirement and just have leadership appoint from the bodies of a whole. So that's one recommendation. Another recommendation is
Discuss them one at a time.
I can give a little insight into the one about the committee, because I was on the original House committee for cybersecurity that we did the big bill, that anyway, that has been some years ago. What was the name of that committee?
Government and Technology and Security.
Yes, that was it. And that committee no longer exists. So when they were trying to decide whether to reappoint me to continue serving on this committee, they had a hard time because anyway. So I'm here, actually, I don't fit within this because that committee doesn't exist, but they said since I was on that original committee that was one of the original appointing committees, they would still appoint me.
Is the committee all right with that recommendation? You got that language, James? Okay, good. Number two.
All right, number two is in the, again, the ITech statute, some of the terms are appointed for 18-month period, but I think the intent was in there that the legislators would be appointed for until they're either reappointed or no longer legislators. I'm not sure that's real clear, and I think there's been some confusion on that. So maybe some clarification language in there that the members that are appointed to ITech are on until they're reappointed or no longer legislators. I think some were confused thinking that the legislators just only had an 18-month term, and I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, how is that normally? Because in the House every 2 years we reorganize. So are all the appointments then redone? Is that what statute usually says, that all the appointments are redone? Or as I know, like myself, I was appointed to 911 coordinating council, I think my first year, and I've served on it ever since. But I think I've been reappointed every so many years by the speaker. But so for this reason of this statute, how does that normally done?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't say that there's actually a normal way. Every statute is kind of different. So there are a lot of boards or commissions or appointments that are made because of your position, right? Like you're the chair of appropriations, you're the chair of Ways and Means. And so those aren't necessarily like reappointed every year because it's just automatic based on your position. But there are some like your example where every time you reorganize, even though you've served on it forever, there's a new appointment letter each time reappointing you. And then there are some others that are, I think, like what Alan is alluding to, that you're just appointed until a new appointment is made, and you're serving at the pleasure of either the minority leader, the speaker, whoever's making that appointment until someone else is chosen. So you guys could choose how you wanted that person to be appointed.
Yes, one last one. Again, up to the committee, but I would suggest that we define a quorum for ITech. And I would recommend the quorum be similar to like the JCIT quorum, that half the members and also half of the appointed members would have to vote on actions for whatever the ITEC would vote on. You know, you get into a meeting, you could potentially have a quorum of half the members, but you could have even less than the full quorum voting on something to pass that. So I like the language that's in the JCIT statute.
Do you want us to sponsor this as a bill from this committee, or just make this as a recommendation?
I think that's up to the committee, but either a separate bill or just fold it into the bill that that was introduced last year.
Is that? Repeat your 3 items.
3 items. That the legislative members of ITEC be appointed by the leadership from the bodies of the whole in the House and Senate. Number 2 is to clarify the terms of the members, you know, to be part of ITEC until leadership reappoints members. And then the third one is to define the quorum of ITEC, similar to JCIT's quorum language.
I personally think I think we almost just put all that into that bill, but well, I'm seeing maybe some others disagree, but I don't know. I mean, if everybody thinks that would hinder the bill, then that maybe not. But I've just seen too many things like this that are simple and they end up getting used as a shell, you know, and they don't ever go into effect. But I don't know, whatever everybody wants to do.
Mr. Chairman, my only thought was to keep the hearings as simple as possible, that they may start out as individual bills and then couple them before they kick them out of committee. But just to try to make sure that the process is simplified. I know we tend to do that on tax, but maybe other people have different ideas or methodologies. Thank you.
Is anybody opposed to this committee introducing that as the second bill, those 3 items? So we're going on to introduce another bill. Do you need a motion to do that?
Mr. Chair, I think we can handle it just the same way that you would handle all of the recommendations you've made so far. So if you guys are comfortable with doing that, like without objection, then I think you're okay. I do just want to make sure on the quorum requirements, you did want to make it like JCIT is now. So it's not only do you have to have a majority vote of the quorum, but you have to have the number that would constitute the quorum voting in the affirmative to take action. Okay.
So we did have a recommendation. It's going out that we look into the National Guard.
Could you clarify that? Because our notes reflect that that was a request of staff. Did you want that to be a recommendation for agency or staff to look into? Did you just want legislative staff to look into that?
We want research to look into it, but I think we ought to put a recommendation to the legislature look into that legislation.
Okay.
That
Yeah, that, and then I think in the, maybe something to the extent that in the meantime, all other possibilities of coordination should be pursued by, I don't know by who, but by the executive branch or whoever. I'm not sure who that would be by, but yeah, just a kind of a, that we're behind that push, I guess.
Any further recommendations?
Can we have, would you all tell me what you think about my first? So the idea that of how we're funding, do we want to even go down that, or is that something that the idea that we're all this is being fee funded by agencies. And as we're asking, particularly in cybersecurity, as we're asking them to do more that is beyond what they are being fee funded to do. For example, reaching out to our local for coordinating with the Air Guard. I mean, we're asking that department to do a lot that is not currently being funded, and they're making it work. And they've really made a lot of progress the last couple of years. So do we want to make a recommendation that, or do we even need to have more discussion, more information? But I think we need to look at that. Is there a way that we fund the cybersecurity part of our technology so that we can continue to do more and build capacity there? So I would just be interested if anybody has any thoughts, or if you all say no, or if that's something we should explore and think about.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments, and I do have some thoughts. I have grave concern over, and have had for several years, over the funding mechanism. And we've seen throughout the years federal fines as a result of not. So this is bigger than just saying, let's throw some money at it. I think we really need to address how the IT is being funded in the state, and that we are not making it a priority when we pass. I mean, increased. I'm just writing my year-end letter. In the last 10 years, we've increased spending over $3 billion. How much of that has gone into IT? I bet minimal. So Mr. Chairman.
It's a recommendation that Ways and Means and Appropriations look into funding cybersecurity out of portion of it out of state general funds so they can help local municipal government.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I don't think that they have the capacity to do it. I think that, in fact, a good model would be what we did with the unemployment system, is to put a tiger team together and to get industry and legislators together to come up with a solution of how to fund and make IT a priority in the state of Kansas. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think, yes, a recommendation that the leadership, or however that's it's done, put some sort of a, you wouldn't call it task force, but we could use the language from the employment.
That makes sense, to have a committee that, of the people who, because I don't know that I really have enough information to make a recommendation. However, instinctively, I know what they're saying and I understand, and we need to move that direction. But to have people who are more, knowledgeable and invested to sit around and kind of figure that out and make a recommendation, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking, and maybe I was jumping, I know I come across, I guess what I was excited about here about what the Air National Guard's capabilities is that okay, there's additional resource there. How can that be leveraged? And I guess I don't know enough about currently what's going on and traditional resources they use. And I guess that's why I was going back to Mr. Maxon as far as since he is, Mr. Security dude, basically, if he could basically present to us, look, here's our application portfolio. Here are our cyber vulnerabilities. Here is our plan for how we would do our testing. Here is currently what we go on. Here are the gaps. Here's the risks, the unacceptable risks because of the gaps. And then talk about, so how do we fill those gaps? Could these folks, the Air National Guard do some of this? It should go to private industry. I guess to me, I would want, at least starting with him or Department of Administration, provide that roadmap as far as where are we at right now, where do we need to be, then how can we fill in those puzzle pieces? That's the way I'm approaching it. If you guys already have a handle on, the gaps already, but I guess I was looking for more of an analysis from him as well, as far as what's available from industry versus, the Air Guard folks. Because at the end of the day, it sounds like it's some really cool capabilities, but if it's really a pain in the rear to get to, acquire those services, but we already have duplication, excuse me, in the private sector, we don't want to hassle with it. So I guess I was looking for more of a roadmap to where we need to be and how they thought they could be plugged into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's what the Oversight Committee would do. Their initial start would be asking for that roadmap of where we currently are, and they would take that roadmap and say, where do we need to end? Yes. Yes, I think that the Unemployment Oversight Committee, one of the things that we demonstrated was we used a weighted matrix in order to go through and put out an RFP process. And we demonstrated to the state how logic and reason, we took the politics completely out of it at that point and demonstrated that working together in that capacity, that we can get better results for the state of Kansas. And I think that's what we're all looking for. Absolutely. This committee is one of the best for working together and trying to get those kinds of results. I think that we do need to, I would ask that be another line item in our recommendation with the National Guard and recommending that we can find out and leverage that as much as possible. I think we should start tomorrow on that if possible. But, we are vulnerable, obviously. Thankfully, the person that brought it's a major security breach with the system. I won't say what system because you guys are familiar with it, but we do need these resources as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so for that recommendation, you guys kept alluding to the Unemployment Compensation Modernization and Improvement Council that was created in legislation. So I don't know. I mean, you could of course make a recommendation that leadership appoint an interim committee or a standing committee. But if just your comparison to that language, do you want legislation to create that type of a committee, or are you wanting more of just a recommendation that some other body create that group to look at those issues?
I hate to do it, but I think we need legislation. Otherwise, it probably won't happen.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Senator Tyson's comments. I think we need to appoint an oversight committee because, my two concerns with application portfolios, you have projects that run amok, but really at the end of the day, we see what's going on in this very dynamic, chaotic world. I'm really concerned about cybersecurity issues. I mean, that is the thing. That's our first line of defense okay, basically provide those citizen experiences with systems they need. You know, and so I think if we have legislation, basically to, once again, where are we at? Where do we need to be? How do we get to, you know, to implement that gap? I think that's what we ought to do. And I think the lessons learned from the commerce work, we should leverage as much as we can as far as the instructions committee.
So I'm not totally sure that we're I think we're talking about two different things though, in a way, because we started off talking about the funding portion of this, you know, or do we need to fund a base, you know, to in OITS? And I think then what you're talking about is more of a cybersecurity oversight committee, maybe. Am I wrong? I mean, or are we all talking about the same? Because and I'm not against that. I'm just saying, I'm not sure. Are we talking about the same thing?
Representative Curtis can chime in here, but to me, funding is an aspect of it, but we can't even really talk about funding until we figure out where are we at right now, what are we currently doing, where do we need to be, okay, and then you do a gap analysis and say here are the holes. And so that's why I thought particularly that, you know, Mr. Maxon, you know, like the Department of Labor, they worked with the legislative committee. You know, he and the appropriate people out of Department of Administration, they could work with this committee to go through this process with having the appropriate stakeholders there. You know, the Air National Guard, maybe private security interests, who knows, as well as some of our key legislative stakeholders in these more sensitive applications that have got to be there and they can't be corrupted. And so that's why I was going with I like where the senator's taking this with legislation.
I got you. I understand now. You know what you're saying. So it might be more of what we name it than than what they're, because we don't want them to. So I think what you're saying is we don't want them to just look at the funding. We want to look at the whole picture of where we are. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
But I mean, quite honestly, look, you two guys have been switching the chairmanships here. I mean, you've got to be part of that key stakeholder group that can pitch this to legislative leadership that this is something we need to do. But let's face it, we're only one incident away. Okay. And then they're going to be saying, well, you know, who was minding the store? And of course, obviously the Department of Administration is. To the extent that we're legislative oversight, I think we need to be proactive as much as we can, just like being proactive on these project methodologies and life cycles.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, not that I do agree that we do, but we are talking about two different things. I was talking about building capacity within the agency to help, because they are already doing things that we are not providing funding for. If we're going to continue to ask him to do more things like reaching out to our local units of government, working with the Air Guard, and helping whoever else needs help, then we're going to have to build capacity, because we can't ask all of these state agencies to fund that activity. So I was really focused on building capacity, and perhaps setting a baseline where some of the cybersecurity is not funded by the fee agencies, that we set a baseline and that there is something that we fund. Perhaps that is cybersecurity, so that makes sense. Maybe we need more information to get to that point, but I was truly about building capacity and not necessarily about oversight. Does that make sense? I mean, I think both, but I was really, my angle was really about building capacity in the agency.
Okay, but I guess we say from the agency. To me, I'm talking about building capacity from the state's perspective to put the defenses in place, right? And I totally support and agree with what you're saying. We don't want to dump on the agencies like, here's more stuff to do. It's got to come out of your thing. What I think this could do is that with a legislative committee, it's going to put the appropriate emphasis on here are the gaps. And wow, this is a huge risk, right? So you're going to have to spend some money, okay, to do the right thing. And I think that gets us to the conversation we're well maybe as far as this probably all can't be fee funded. We need to look at some other funding mechanisms to make this work to be proactive.
Okay, that sounds good. We're on the same page.
Natalie, yeah, I'm a little more confused now.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess all I really need to know is how do you want to accomplish that? Do you guys want to have conversations with leadership to try to set up some type of interim, or are you wanting, that's going to be something James is going to have to put in the report. If you're wanting a bill, that's where, then we're going to have to, the other two bills you guys have talked about, I'm fairly confident I can draft. There's not really that many outstanding questions. If you get into a bill like this, there's a lot of policy choices that need to be made. Who's going to be on this group? Who's going to be primarily responsible for staffing it? Where will it be housed? So, that I would need a lot more direction if this was going to be a bill.
Yeah, I think we probably do need a bill, possibly. But the other option is for us to just be ready to do. I found that putting provisos in are sometimes easier than getting a bill. You can, we could if we had enough support, we could get a proviso put in the budget to create the. I mean, a lot of the oversight committees that we do are provisos. That start off as provisos. So, we could do both. We could go ahead and get a bill started, and then if it looks like it's not going to go anywhere, then be ready for on one of our sides to get a proviso in the budget.
I'd even be happy to pony myself up to do some of this, but let me throw this out on the table. It seems to me for this to be successful, we don't have them in the room right now, but I think key stakeholders of doing this oversight group is we want to be sure that, the secretary has complete, not only buy-in, but she believes we need to do this. And really kind of the, Mr. Maxon could kind of be the project administrator. My thought is that why could this group, I'd be willing to sign up. Why don't we just use like the unemployment committee? It's just like a template. Okay. We can basically just cut that up and put a version in front of those two and say, just here's what we're thinking. Do you see this as a need? We feel this would formalize it enough. We could probably focus and give you guys the resources you need. I do believe at the end of the day, the secretary is going to, really want to be on board with this. And I think we should work with her and Mr. Maxon to get their buy-in and have them be champions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments. I don't think that we need to get their buy-in in order to start the process and the legislation. I think they are a part of the committee. In fact, I would recommend that the JCIT be members of the committee automatically because these committee members already have more history than other legislators and understand where we're going from and to. And then I would also recommend that the CEDO, and I mean, these are people that we can replace in the legislation versus the business sector that was brought in from the unemployment system. So I think the Air National Guard, to have a committee member from them. I'm sure you guys have other ideas too, but we could definitely use that as the model going forward. The meetings are in the Capitol. They are staffed by Capitol individuals. It is a legislative controlled body because we are not turning over authority for budgets or spending. We're just getting input at a different level and capacity than what we normally do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and that was the point I was going to make. I think that the administration is going to be very much in favor of doing this. I served. I wasn't able to attend all the meetings, but there was a task force that the administration did, and there was a couple of us that were on, a couple of legislators on that task force. The problem is that if you're going to talk money, if you're going to talk some of this stuff, it has to go through the legislature to really get any legs to it. So as much as I think that they need to be a part of it, I don't agree that they need to be in charge of it. It's got to be a legislative driven. Yeah. So I think we're all on the same page that we can cut up and figure out how the unemployment legislation was, if we could go with that. I think that's, and I think the administration will be very happy and very much a part of it. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I almost wonder if you could email us, and because it'd be great if we could get it started earlier than when we have a meeting, unless we have a meeting really quick in January.
Mr. Chairman, so what I would caution about email, of course I can create a draft, I can email it to all of you, but once you guys all start providing input to each other, that is starting to look a lot like a meeting. And so, you want to be wary of the Open Meetings Act. Certainly if Representative Hoffman or Senator Holland is kind of taking up this charge, I could work with that individual legislator on a draft, and then they could bring it back to you at a meeting, and talk about that. If you're trying to get something before January, having one legislator kind of take up the charge and not necessarily having to approve it through this committee, if you're not going to meet again, would be an option. Or you can schedule a quick meeting early January too, if you thought we could get something finalized before then.
You could work with like 3 members of the committee, Representative Hoffman, Senator Holland, Senator Tyson, sort something out. We'd have to all try and tee up to get a presentation on it in early January.
Yeah, I could do that. Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to avoid serial meetings and violation of Open Meetings Act.
So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think she can blast the email to the committee. We just can't do a reply all. So if she just sends it blind copied to the committee members, we won't be in risk of that.
Yeah, what I'm more concerned about at this stage is there are a lot of policy questions that I'm going to need answers to in order to draft a bill like this. Who do you want to be on this commission? How long do you want them to serve? What are the duties? What exactly do you want them to look at? So I'm going to need a little bit more direction. I'm not an expert on this unemployment group statute, but there's a lot of things in here that don't really like apply, right? I mean, I understand like moving that concept over, but there's just, even just who you want on it. So I'm going to need answers to those questions. So I kind of need someone who can, if the whole committee isn't able to get me that information, I need kind of someone to make those decisions as I'm drafting.
Senator Holland.
Someone who initially was volunteering for stuff, maybe push some of the stuff off of my plate. I guess what I'm thinking is what if we had a senator from this committee work with a House rep from this committee? And I guess what I'm thinking is maybe Representative Hoffman, since he's, our co-chair, and maybe Senator Tyson, because she was involved with the thing. Just they can work with, could they just talk to Mr. Maxon or whoever just informally and just kind of start fleshing this stuff out with them, and so there's no surprises. And then just, if you guys want to dump a bill in the hopper, rock and roll.
That's fine with me too.
Well, I mean, I can be part of it too, but I guess what I'm saying is that I think it's important that one of the co-chairs needs to go to the administration to do this. And I only mentioned Senator Tyson's because she was part of that committee. And she, I think, not that we care about the work comp policy pieces, I mean, employment policy pieces, but the, basically the organizational structure, that she would have some insights to how that worked. And she could make some suggestions to Representative Hoffman, maybe how to better rig that going forward. Because I would not. Yeah, see, there you go. You wrote it anyway before, just do it again.
We give it for just proceeding that way.
And then if I may, Mr. Chairman, we'll ask Natalie to submit drafts to everyone so they'll be blind copied. And that way we keep you apprised of the process.
Sure. So I think what my first step will be is to go through this legislation and then kind of ask, I'll send an email just to Representative Hoffman and Senator Tyson and Senator Holland and just ask who do you want to be on it? What do I'll go through those questions. That way I can come up with a draft. And then once we have a draft that those three, are comfortable with, then we can be sending it out for review.
So can we put in our recommendation just something pretty generic that kind of alludes to, so that it's obvious that this committee is behind it, not just us three? I mean, we could be working on it, but just something generic that says, yeah.
I wouldn't name, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't name us out. I would just say that, yeah. Okay, thank you. And we're working on 3 bills then. Thanks.
So I'm going to read some language that I think might work for that recommendation, just to get clarification. It's the Kansas Legislature investigate drafting legislation establishing a committee to evaluate state and local cybersecurity posture, information technology funding, training and retention, modeled off of, and I might take this piece out depending on direction, modeled off the KDOT Oversight Committee. I would reference the actual statute at that point in time, to include diverse stakeholders, including but not limited to legislative leaders, agency stakeholders, local units of government, business interests, and federal organizations. I can shorten that, or I can send it out to you all for approval later on.
Thumbs up.
There might be some changes before the final report on that, but I did have another clarifying component or question regarding the Air National Guard piece. Some draft language I came up with was the legislature investigate introducing legislation that would more easily enable collaboration and coordination between the state and the Air National Guard in order to respond or prepare for a cyber attack or threat. Is that kind of along the lines of what we're thinking?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that it's not just well, you did say prepare and respond. Okay, because there's activities. They need to be proactive. Like he said, hunting. They need to be hunting. Yes. Thank you, Mr.
You good with that one?
I'm fine with that. I guess the point is that the oversight committee is going to lead us down that path.
Absolutely.
Okay. So not to be redundant, however you want to get in there to be sure.
Just trying to put this in here to help support the oversight committee.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Chairman, one more silly question. I think a reference was made to a task force or something outside of JCIT. Are there other IT technology related committees in the legislature besides us? I mean, we have a reference to iTech, but what else is there? Well, I guess that's my question is, are we going to look like we're being out of school here with us making this cybersecurity oversight recommendation and not coming from some other group? And I don't have a concern about that personally, but I'm just asking the question because I'm not aware of these other committees that are out
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that this committee demonstrated an effort to lead the charge over the process that you said had not been changed for years, had been complained about for years. This committee demonstrated leading the charge to change that. And I think that it's been floundering, the IT's been floundering for years. So this committee taking charge and moving forward with that effort, I think it needs to be done. I'm sorry, I just don't think anybody's taken the bull by the horns. And, you know, the comment that was made about the Air Guard, it just said that we would look for legislation. Well, I'm afraid that's, again, up in the air. Nobody's responsible. Let's get it done, not just talk about it. So.
Okay, so maybe that's, our co-chairs can figure out if you guys need to give anybody a heads up just so those who aren't potentially out of joint. I just didn't know if that recommendation be the purview of another committee. That's why I asked the question.
Other comments, recommendations?
This is kind of, can we, because we don't know, I mean, there's going to be a whole new, or changes in the House at least. I mean, we don't know what the Senate, there could even be changes in the Senate as far as this makeup of this, probably not, but the House, there could be some makeup different or changes. Like that legislation, could we maybe put in there that we kind of task the future JCIT to maybe be proactive to make sure that keeps, that legislation goes forward, or I don't know how you would do that, but okay. Okay. All right, no problem. I just want to make sure that, there could be some changes. You're going to be around, huh? Okay.
Further recommendations? I'd entertain a non-debatable motion. We have a second, seconded by Senator Holland. All those in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, committee.